Neither Toru nor anyone else noticed the person peeking down from the upstairs. That small figure was Mari. She'd finished getting dressed and was about to come down to the lounge when she'd heard Toru and the others talking. Mari had hidden there at the top of the stairs. She'd listened to all they had to say, to Toru's decision. Unable to take it any longer, she fell to her knees. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Mari had already figured it out for herself. I knew he wasn't the real Toru. This had been my last chance. If I didn't let go of my regrets this time, I'd never forgive myself for what I'd put the others through. I'd known what they were planning from the very start. All of them. He'd been so obvious about things, it'd been easy to guess. But I'd let myself be fooled. During our time here, I'd put the others through torments that made me want to cover my eyes, all in service of my own selfishness. So I'd convinced myself that no matter what kind of Toru showed up this time, I'd pretend it was really my Toru. I'd enjoy the day, and pretend I had no regrets. It would be my last opportunity to do so. Indeed, the Toru who'd arrived wasn't my Toru. Yet, he was a wonderful young man all the same. In the end, I hadn't been reunited with my Toru. But this man, he was far nicer than a sinful girl like me deserved. So yes, I decided to let myself be fooled. And you know what? He turned out to be a genuinely amazing person. He taught me the joys of opening myself up to love. But still, I felt guilty. I took advantage of his amnesia just as the others did. This Toru, now that his memories had returned, he declared he would remain my Toru until the very end. For my sake, would you keep your pants on? I'm doing a bit here. What's more, he said he wouldn't deceive me. He would actually become the real Toru. I was so happy. I couldn't stop the tears from falling. I thought to myself, this is what it means to love someone. No more than that. I couldn't stop crying because I now realized how foolish I'd been for not sharing those feelings with the real Toru. Toru finished speaking. Some among his audience were dumbfounded. Others were weeping. Toru started urging everyone to get back to their regular routines. I needed to return to my room and fix my makeup. If I went down looking like this, everyone would know I'd been crying. As I turned to leave, I heard an unexpected commotion. No, more like shouting. And hello and welcome everyone. God, Ryukishi's never learned how to say in one text box what he could say in 3. God, my name is Mitsuno Midori, I'm a forensic scientist, you all know what's up. I thought it would be appropriately dramatic. And it always feels weird just hitting start stream and just, jump in mid-song, mid-dialogue box, you know what I'm talking about. Hello, thank you for showing up today. Hello, Otome, thank you for hitting me in the face just for the sake of trying to actually make stream look like semi-professional. I really appreciated it. It was so great. Anyway, welcome back to Kamaitachi no Yoru, Rine-saisei. When last we left Mari and the gang, Toru, not Toru, but the other guy who just so happens to be named Toru, had made up his mind that he was going to be so polite that Mari would lose all of her remaining attachments to this world and pass on peacefully into the afterlife. But of course it couldn't possibly be that easy, otherwise we wouldn't have a game to play. So, what's going on? My body! I ain't got nobody. It happened in an instant. My whole body went numb. Didn't move. It was as if my consciousness was flickering, fading in and out of my existence. Does that just mean you're getting heat stroke? I mean, just drink some water and you'll be fine. Dr. Dice Strains always makes me want ice cream. Why would you? I don't understand the causal relation between what you were saying and what is happening here in front of us. I collapsed to the floor in a violent fit of vertigo and started rolling about. Oh, he's just remembering something cringy that happened to him in elementary school that he never really got over. Just spontaneously start clutching your head and screaming. Yeah, that's, happens to me nearly every day. Ganbare! Fighto! Fighto! Before I knew it, Mari was running down the stairs and shaking me. There's this sound, yeah, it's like this constant background music playing. This world we all live in. Well, you see, it happens when the eardrums inside your ears interpret the vibrations of sound waves. That's not important right now. A monotonous beeping sound. It's been going on for a while now. I've discovered the source of the ticking. It's a pipe bomb. Yay! Insert explosion sound effect here. And as the pain in my head increased, the sound only seemed to be getting faster. I didn't understand what was going on. But there was one thing I did know. Here, in the afterlife, I was about to die all over again. And then he's gonna go, like, the second afterlife, wind up dealing with, you know what, the ghost of Mari's ghost. It's gonna be a whole production, honestly. The spasms racking my body continued to worsen. My fingers went slack, almost like they'd popped from their sockets. This body was only temporary. A flesh puppet prepared by the devil to facilitate its dark magics. And now, it was about to crumble and disappear. Time limito? It's weird what words do and don't have, like, proper, regularly used Japanese terms and what are just left as loan words. Seems like the most likely explanation. But it was a cruel twist of the knife. Their time limit had ended with them not having gained anything. Instead, it had robbed Mari of her last chance at salvation. It had only ended up making her sadder. And now she was going to get dragged down to hell. I couldn't help cursing that devil for having engineered such a heartless ending. But even as I did, my body continued to disintegrate. Yeah, screw you, Satan! No one appreciates your contributions. I think the guy thinks he's all that in a pile of beans, honestly. Who does he think he is? So basically told her it's nothing like ice cream. What is it with you and ice cream, woman? Criminy. Temperature up like 20 degrees last week. I could barely feel my fingers. Mari, listen to me. I was going to spend this night with you. A night truly befitting a couple in love. I was going to give you romantic memories that could never be rivaled. I'm sorry things turned out this way. But I'm happy I got to see you this one last time. You invited me on a ski trip with you. Even if it had to be like this. I'm glad we can spend this time together. Mari's arms held only dust. A moment earlier, a person known as Toru had been there. And now, a pile of ash. It was truly the saddest thing any of us had ever seen. For a while, Mari wept for Toru. No one spoke a word for her. But eventually, despite her tears, she stood. For his sake. For everyone's sake. There were words that needed to be said. Yep, to my mother, thank you, to my father farewell, and to all the children, congratulations. Mari's face was black, if stained with soot. Streaks of dust outlined the tracks of her tears. Just take her word for it. I know you have the model right in front of you and it's not showing it, but it's totally happening. It's just, you know, a bit off screen somewhere. Those same tears continue to stream down her pained face, even now. But she forced herself to smile before continuing on. As soon as she said these words, the world seemed to flicker. Then suddenly, the whole building began to shake. Can you really have an earthquake if you aren't on Earth? Truly a conundrum. Don't get under a table, that's just something they teach you in elementary school because they don't want you to know how powerless you actually are. And I feel fine. But it wasn't an earthquake. Not even close. This world had simply finished serving its purpose. In a moment, everyone would realize that. The walls, the decorations, the furniture, the sofas, Mr. Kobayashi's priceless Ming vase, all the perishables in the fridge, that one portrait of the duck, even Jenny, they all began to dissolve into tiny glowing motes. They danced like fireflies as they slowly ascended to the heavens. Hiding to the table was probably meant for you to be safe in case something could end up falling on your head. I mean, that's the idea, but like, you know, if the ceiling does cave in, a consumer table is not going to save you, that's all I'm saying. And dance like fireflies as they slowly ascended to the heavens. You would not believe your eyes. 10 fireflies lit up the world when you went to sleep. There was a violent crash, and the ceiling broke apart in the same specks of light. As the motes continued upwards, Spur Lodge lost its ceilings, its roof. Overhead, a pure white sky looked down upon the gathered hosts, glowing warmly. Everyone understood that welcoming sky up there was the hereafter. Everyone's bodies began to dissolve in the glowing motes as well, starting from their fingertips. Sparks of light danced through the air. It was as if their flesh was turning into dandelion fluff and being blown away. Know how to go this is a crossover series? Hey, you don't know that. We did pick up Otogiri-so earlier. That was a thing that happened, if you'll recall. And its same strange warmth enveloped all of them. There was no fear, only peace. No one was frightened any longer. Potato bag going to be safe. You see, it was like a conceptual, it wasn't really a potato bag, it was the image of a potato bag drawn from her memories. Which means you can eat as much as you want and not gain any weight. Truly remarkable. Only Mari failed to dissolve into light. She'd resorted to a pact with the devil to quell her regrets. Now the bill was coming due, and the price was her soul. Her fate was unlike that of the others. Several arms, like eerie and elongated shadows, were sprouting from the floor. They twisted around her like ivy. These were clearly the source of the cursed handprints that had appeared all over her body. What's happening? Is this the rapture? Oh, criminy Corey. You've got to stop skipping so many videos. This is so much has happened. Basically, to make a long story short, everyone is dead and they're all passing on. Except for Mari, because she kinda made a deal with Satan, as you do. And, that generally doesn't end well. They were the manifestation of malice itself, intent on dragging her from the hereafter and down into hell. You know, Jenny isn't here, she survived. Or cats just don't have souls, you ever consider that? Cats will throw you off a cliff without a second thought.
マリちゃん。
みんな、本当にありがとう。私のことはもう気にしないで。さよなら、みんな。
おお、体が浮き出したで。
As soon as enough of their mass had turned to light, each of them began to drift into the air, as if they had suddenly become weightless. The time to depart for the other side seemed to have arrived. Toot toot, all aboard.
緑、君と過ごせて最高の人生だった。俺は世界一幸せだった。
I mean, I got murdered, but you know, can't ask for everything.
ありがとう、トシオさん。もし許されるなら、次の人生でも。
Including the bit where I get murdered. The two souls snuggled close together, blending into a swirling mass of sparks that rose into the sky.
アキ、ケイコ。なんだかんだで私たち、最高の仲間だったよ。
Yeah, friendship. We have absolutely nothing else going on in our characters.
一緒に死んで、一緒に成仏だなんて、どこまで仲良しなのよ。私は嬉しいな。この世とのお別れの最後が、一人ぼっちじゃないなんて。
The three of them shared a final laugh, and dissolved into a swarm of sparks that floated up into the heavenly light.
これであなたもやっと仕事から解放されますね。
天国ではずっとお前に孝行したる。二度と仕事の話はせえへん。
You think that, but actually it turns out that capitalism is also how it works in the next world, so, Kayama embraced Haruka, and the two of them faded into a cloud of glowing motes. The sparks blended together as they flowed up to that divine light.
マリちゃん、ありがとう。
Yeah, sorry you're going to hell, but thanks.
何もお礼を言われるようなことじゃないです。さよなら、京子おばさん。
先に天国で待ってるよ。すぐにおいで。
うん。すぐ行くね。
I wouldn't be able to join them in the Great Forever. Everything in this world was disappearing into the heavenly lights. And a different world of swamp-like darkness continued to spread at my feet. From the depths of that black quagmire, more and more arms clutched at me, dragging me down. Everyone else was already in the warm light of the hereafter. But I was sinking to the bottom of a cold, dark swamp. This was how it all ended for me. A foolish woman who couldn't be honest about her own feelings. About her love. Devoured by an inky morass so cold, it felt like I might freeze. It had already swallowed me up to my chest, now to my neck. So, with my last breath, I wanted to apologize and thank him. I spoke my final words to the warm heavens above.
私のわがままでひどい目に遭わせてしまった大勢のトールくん。本当にごめんなさい。
I offer my sincere apologies. May you all find peace in the hereafter.
それから、トールくん。本当のトールになろうとしてくれて、ありがとう。
He brutally ordered their deaths without a second thought. Hey, they were dead when they showed up. She didn't do anything. I noticed it from the beginning. This last time, everyone was trying to make you into my Toru. I told myself I needed to be convinced, so I let myself be fooled. And yet... I mean, if they were already dead, they should have regenerated. Tell me, we went over this last stream, come on. They'd already shown that this ends. No, they weren't in their afterlife. They were trapped in puppets by Satan. Come on, Sace. Let's try to pay attention. That stream was an eternity ago. If by an eternity you mean 5 days. You took pity on my plight. You decided to keep being my Toru. Right up until the last moment. The Mari you loved in life. She must have been a very lucky person. Yet, you're very different from my own Toru. One I loved in life. That's right. Now we come to you, Toru. Sorry I fell in love with someone as wonderful as you. I'm not worthy of you. Not at all. Once you die, I'll be reborn into another life. I'll be in hell. But if the great cycle of reincarnation permits, I want to be reborn too. I am. I'm looking for you. I'll be the best woman I can be. The envy of every man. But I'll only have eyes for you. I'll find you. I promise this. I'm sorry, Toru. Sorry I couldn't tell you this while I was still alive. I'm sorry. Did hell have some measure of mercy? Perhaps. For it waited for her to finish. But as soon as the final word was spoken, the jet-black swamp swallowed her down to the last hair. It devoured Mari. Completely. And so, the spur lodge that existed between the shores of one world and the next completed its purpose, and disappeared without trace. All that remained was the cold, dark swamp, and the warm, shining heaven. 2 worlds, black and white. This was a sandbar halfway across the great river of death. A transitory world. One that had existed to help ease regret. Man, you almost choked on your strawberry zots, man. Calm down.
先生、患者が意識を。
よし、いいぞ。呼びかけを続けて。
トール、マリオ、私がわかる？
The miracle of love was real. A miracle do happen. There were cases where a patient hovering on the brink of death had been pulled back by the sound of their beloved's voice. My heart had been about to give out, but with the doctor's hard work and Mari's words, it miraculously started beating again. Yeah, remember that beeping noise that Toto had been hearing that whole time? Yep. And that clicked for me immediately. I don't know about you all, but it's this a monotonous beeping sound. It wasn't a pipe bomb. Yay! I couldn't speak, so I said it with my eyes. I'm alive, Mari. I'm alive. How did that click? It wasn't implied before. I mean, guy gets in a motorcycle accident, hears a almost dies, hears a monotonous beeping noise. There's only so many things that can be. It probably wasn't microwave popcorn, so I just filtered through the possibilities.
生きてトール。元気になったらトールが好きだって言ってた髪の毛伸ばしてあげるから。
Now I had something worth looking forward to. It'd be a shame if I died, no? My Mari, the one with short hair, smiled at me with her tears. My sweet Mari, I'm so sorry. Sorry I made you sad. It had only been an hour since the accident. In the span of that hour, I'd spent nearly half a day in the world of Spur Lodge. The strange memory of that place stayed with me clear as day. I was gonna have the extra work of caring for really long hair just to please this guy. Hey! And the extra cost of getting extra product, too. I mean, really. I mean, you have any idea how much I go through just maintaining this mane? It's awful. Anyway, why is the sky blue anyway? See, look at this thing. Here. Toshio is a loser. There. A few months later. Summer. Though I'd only been given a 20% chance of survival, I miraculously recovered. The flesh of my back had been scraped away as I'd slid across the asphalt, leaving me a bloody mess. I had to bear the painful scars of that accident for the rest of my life, unless I got skin graft surgery. What evidence do you have for this claim? The fact that he friggin' dies in every ending except the one where I do all the hard work. Honestly, what a dweeb. You got muscles that big and you're gonna get your ass kicked by some guy wearing a false beard. I mean, really? Is that what it means to be a boozer? I said loser. Loser starts with an L. Much like you're taking right now. Come on, clear the wax out of your ears, children. Some of us have places to be. Mari had been urging me to have that operation, but I kept procrastinating. I didn't want to waste that much money, I'd said. I swear I'd heard you say boo. I mean, I don't even like horror fiction, really. Why would I go to the trouble? Boo! Did I get ya? Did I get ya? Spooked ya! Anyway, turns out medicine is actually expensive. But it wasn't just the money. Without those scars, I felt like I'd somehow forget the strange experiences of that day. After a while, I had finally left the hospital. Then I'd searched for a lodge named Spur, located somewhere in Shinshu. As soon as I googled the name, I'd learned exactly what had happened there. A long time ago, there had been a tragic accident at Spur Lodge. A boiler had exploded, killing all but one of the guests. What if his scars are a bunch of strange hand markings all over his body? That'd be weird. Yeah, it'd be weird if no one brought that up. That'd certainly be strange and unusual. Anyway. You know, if you could just blow up the boiler, that'd be a lot easier than going to the trouble of chopping people to pieces one at a time. That lone survivor's name was... Toru. Mari, who couldn't admit her true feelings, had invited Toru on an overnight ski trip, but booked them different rooms. From that moment, the two were destined to be torn apart. Due to the placement of Toru's room inside the building, only he had ended up escaping fatal injury. Had they both been in the same room, the two would have shared the same fate, be it life or death. Anyway, that meant that Toru from Spur was still alive. I had to meet him, no matter what it took. It felt like I needed to tell him what Mari had said in the afterlife. All her regrets, all the words and thoughts she'd tried to leave behind. I was sure that was my mission. It was the reason why he'd been brought back to this world from Spur. The search for Toru had been a difficult one. After all, he was the sole survivor of a tragic disaster. It was an old incident and people had grown more privacy conscious in the years since. So there had been few clues for me to go on. Oh, so did the accident take place in like 83 and this storyline is said 2017? Oh, see, like the original game was. I see what you're doing there. Clever. Finally, I'd been able to get in touch with a magazine writer who'd interviewed Toru at the time of the incident. I'd had to pay him off, but eventually he told me where Toru's parents lived. I insisted I wanted to get into contact with the man himself, not his parents. But the reporter had refused to offer anything more than that. In the end, I'd had little choice but to visit Toru's parents at their home. When I'd called and said I was a friend of their son's, they were quick to give me their address. Chunk. Man, those cicadas are being really loud. Are there cicadas? What are those? Annoying, that's what they are. Which brought me to this very moment. An elderly couple greeted me at the door. Given how long ago the incident had happened, their advanced age only made sense. Toru's parents then had something amazing to tell me. He vanished. Do you think the Kamaitachi no Yoru is haunted? What are they going for me next?
マリさんの一周期が終わりまして、こんな手紙を残してふっと姿を消してしまったんですよ。あの子、マリさんのことが本当に好きだったから。
Exactly 1 year after the incident at Spur, Toru had disappeared. To where? To the sequel? Probably. I didn't know. No one had seen Toru again. Maybe the Toru shouldn't meet, for all we know they are doppelgangers. Yeah, it's like in JoJo Part 7, if you touch your version, your counterpart from the other dimension, you both explode. Into little bitty chunks, which then in turn also explode. It's really efficient if you want to blow shit up, but then they're dead. And the Torus don't want to blow shit up, they're nice boys. They're nice little boys, you know? A long time had passed since then. In the intervening years, his parents had seemed to take a more philosophical view of things and accepted his disappearance for what it was. I was about to say killed himself, but I thought better of it. But his parents appeared to guess my intent. They gave a cryptic laugh and fetched a folded letter from a drawer in their tea chest. Dear Mom and Dad. At first glance, it appeared to be a suicide note.
どうぞ。
With their permission, I opened the letter and began to read. There was an incredibly short sentence written inside. As if he'd only been leaving a note to say he was going to the convenience store. I'm off to see Mari. Toru. That was all. And with those words, I understood everything. I'm going to Kamaitachi. Hey Walter, how you doing? I'm okay. I'm okay. I am cool. Everything is fine. Hey Walter, everyone's dead. Isn't that great? Even Toru. Fortunately, we have a second Toru to back us up. His parents seemed to suspect their son was no longer in this world. That he'd be happier if he was with the girl he'd loved. But the reality was far more cruel. Everyone is dead. That's right. Every participant in the previous Super or Smash Bros. Titles will not be returning because they're all dead. Super Smash Bros. 6, that's gonna be the pitch, we're calling it now. Toru never found Mari. On the first anniversary of Mari's death, he'd taken his own life. Said he might be with her. But the river between this world and the next had been too wide. He'd likely never found that spiritual sandbar of Spur Lodge. What a waste. A hopeless end. To a hopeless story. It's a common trope in comedies for lovers to pass right by each other without ever realizing it. But for it to happen in so cruel a fashion, and in such a world, the reality of what had happened, the reality I didn't want to admit, made me dizzy. Mari. She had been bound by her pact with the devil, and by now she was probably in the depths of hell. I couldn't imagine what she was going through down there. I wanted to pray for her at least. That she might never learn of their tragic near-miss. And that the day we spent together would provide some slight comfort. Wherever she was. Her dad can't have told her ran off with Mikimoto, and they were happily ever after they split a boiler together. You know, you were never like this before Mikimoto took off the beard. Are you really so shallow? Yeah, I thought better of you. I left Toru's parents' house. When the cicadas cried, none were left alive. Outside it was summer. The sky was so blue. The clouds were so white. It was hard to even imagine the snowy fields of Spur Lodge just then. The cicada's cry admonished me. You don't need to keep dwelling on this any longer. Maybe you should go outside. Touch some grass. It's just a video game, bro. It's not that deep. Mari, Toru's already there in your heart. As long as you never forget your love for him. Even in the depths of hell. As long as Toru stays in your hearts, I believe he can be your salvation. Look at all that grass. Get your grasses on. Yep. Everybody get your grasses ready. If it turns yellow, you should maybe consider getting some pest control brought in, because that might be little pillbugs chewing on your roots or something like that. Just a little bit of advice from me to you. Not that it matters, seeing as how summer is ending, although that is a good time to, you know, maybe spray down some insecticide, because the boils have been maturing in the ground all winter, are going to be hatching and coming up soon. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, as they say. As long as you two have love, whether it's a snowbound lodge or at the very bottom of hell itself, you'll never be alone. The buses out there were few and far between, but I spied one coming down the road. Its reflection danced in the shimmering haze that rose from the asphalt, blowing away the snow that had filled my head for so long. The memory of my strange experience slowly began to dissipate, melting away into the summer sky. Good luck, Mari, Toru. Even in the depths of hell. If two people who love each other can be together, wherever they find themselves will be a paradise. It's weird for Ryukishi to talk about just letting people be together, considering. I took out 200 yen for the bus fare. The two small coins huddled together in the palm of my hand. I squeezed them tightly, then climbed aboard the bus. The end. The end. Had I fallen asleep with my eyes open? Or had I been awake this whole time and was only now becoming aware of it? Chunk. I realized I was lying face down in bed. I tried blinking, breathing. Finally, I tried wiggling my fingers. Yep, I was alive. But my mind was all foggy, empty of everything. if I'd slept so much that my brain had gone numb. I couldn't even remember who or where I was. Despite this, I didn't experience any panic or unease. Just a vague sense of curiosity about where I'd found myself. Everything else was a blur. Somebody else's blur. All I knew for sure was that I was starting to get hungry. Felt like a newborn baby waiting for a bottle. Or its big ol' mommy milkers, as the case may be. So when I heard footsteps approaching, followed by a knock on the door, I thought, this must be my mother. And with that, he gave me a smile. Clearly he wasn't my mother, but I could easily imagine he was someone dear to me. Unfortunately, I couldn't remember a single thing about who he was. He'd called me Mari, however, so I guessed my name was Mari? He took my hand. His skin was soft and warm. No sign of anyone else here in this lodge. It was as if the whole place had been rented out just for the two of us. In the dining room, breakfast for two had been set out. The man spoke to me.
マリ、飲み物をお願いしてもいいかな。ほら、あそこにドリンクバーがあるから。
いろいろあるみたいだけど、何か希望は？
マリにお任せするよ。マリが朝食で僕に飲ませたいと思ったものを持ってきて。
Alright, this is it. Melon soda all the way, baby. I feel it this time. He was smiling, but his tone seemed slightly searching. I stood at the drink bar. Melons, melons, melons. Come on, chat. If you all chant how loud enough, maybe your feelings will reach Mari. Come on. Melons, 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 melons. I don't like melon though. That sounds like a skill issue. Apple juice, lemonade, melon soda. Melon, 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 melon. Well, seems like something a guy would like. Coffee and tea, popular with the more pretentious types, of course. Toru observed me as if this were a job interview, waiting to see which one I'd pick. There was something I didn't like about this. I mean, who the hell did he think he was? I ignored the juice, coffee, and tea. In fact, I ignored the drink bar altogether. Instead, I picked up a plain white decanter that was sitting there on the counter next to the cold water. I poured its contents into a glass and placed it in front of him.
ジュースでも持ってきてもらえると思った？朝っぱらからジュースなんか飲まないの。牛乳にしなさい、牛乳。トールは少し頼りないんだから、牛乳でも飲んでちょっとは骨太になってくれないと。もう。
Get the milk! It'll give you more energy! For those of you not aware, that was the line immediately before the line in my infamous "Don't eat the poison" redeem. I know one family will kick you out of the house if you say melon. Oh, what? Trip, what is it with you? Do you not like melon? Honestly. What is it with these people? I don't like drinking milk either. Bad choice. God damn it, what is... none of my regulars have any taste whatsoever. What's wrong with you all? This is why you're all so short, you know that? I felt a sense of bravery course through me as I dressed down this unfamiliar Toru. Of milk. See, Walter gets it. It's good for your skeleton. I was shocked by my own actions. What was I even saying? But incredibly, as the words come out of my mouth, I just felt right. Go to the store, see giant bottles of the stuff and say, ah, yes, big milk orders. Yeah, it's me. I'm the guy that goes through all the milks at the grocery store looking for the best expiration dates. Don't fuck with me. Toto seemed surprised as well. Then he gently smiled at me. Why? What's happening here?
Okaeri. Mari.
His eyes started to glisten. Then a single tear trickled down his cheek, leaving a long trail behind it. Toto likes milk, really? No, that's ridiculous. What are you even talking about? Toto likes it when Mara yells at him and calls him a weakling. I mean, that's my favorite breakfast choice. Look, I've been punched a lot of times in my life. I gotta keep my bones strong. Otherwise the hospital bills are gonna start piling up, and no one wants that. I mean, really. Did you hear how expensive those skin graft was? I mean, come on. Lord. Anyway, that was when the sickle weasel cries. Hope you all enjoyed. I kind of was banking on this being a bit longer than this. I'm not really sure how I want to lay out the rest of the stream. But hey, look, that's the boy. That's him. That's him, Gary. Doesn't too much milk weaken your bones, though? No, that's absolute nonsense. Anyway, this is how I feel every time I hit go start streaming. I did it. And stop staring at me with them big ol' eyes. How far down, like, do you have to be? How detailed does the image of you have to be before you are entitled to payment for, like, use of likeness? They didn't have to get permission from those people in that image of the ski lodge there to use that in their video game, did they? And I'm pretty sure they didn't even get, like, Mario and Toro's likeness of rights, and honestly, that's probably why he died come next game. For a second there, I thought the credits were ending in our last... The big emotional climax we were going to go out on was this image of Toshio's neck. Yep. The credits for a pension cottage thing. Yeah, no, like I said this already. Those are real photographs. That's not computer graphics or art or anything. Anyway, here's some booba. Twitch, please don't ban me. You can't see anything. They didn't even bother modeling it. Honestly, is she using any product whatsoever? It doesn't look like it. Kind of looks like she's just splashing a bucket of water over her head. So I guess it's true what they say. Hell is other people. Is Toru? Toru real? God, I thought they were gonna end the credits on that image. Yeah, no, I don't think so. That strikes me as somewhat unlikely. Want to know more about the exact stream that Shadow Team was in for purposes? I think it was last stream, actually. Like, last Kamaitachi no Yoru stream, that is to say. Should be the most recent one on the YouTube playlist, seeing as how I obviously haven't uploaded the VOD of this yet. Anyway, turns out Toru has a face. Toru if he real. App developed by Spike Chunsoft, one of the, like, 2 companies in existence that makes murder mystery games. You know, they've made a shitload of Detective Conan licensed games. I really wish someone would get around to translating those, because they sound absolutely fascinating. I hate it when they don't end the credits with a special thanks to you. Well, they did credit you earlier. Did you see it? They credited, you as the one responsible for, doing, I think it was background graphics? So yeah, no, imagine if... Imagine if they had ended with, like, Ryota Osaka going, "Thank you so much for playing my game." Silly quest giver. Hey, don't knock quest givers. They're the only reason anything's done. And like right next to item salespeople. Hello, potion seller. I'm going into battle, and I require the strongest potions. Anyway, I guess we should just go back into the flowchart. Where are we? How much stuff? Alright, endings viewed 15 out of 47, and yet... yeah, we are 60% of the way through all the game. I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that a majority of these endings... I'm gonna guess a majority of these endings are, like, bad and... What's the longest game you've beaten on stream thus far? Probably Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1. That's also, like, one of the only games I've beaten on stream thus far. This is not an like, old established channel by any means of the imagination. Like, if you look at, like, games we've completely beaten on stream, it's that, Game Center CX1, and I think that might legit be it. I want to check now, actually. Hold on. Hold on. No, we also beat Return of the Upper Din. That was only 7 videos, though. I thought you beat games before you started uploading to your YouTube or something. Yeah, nope. It's a bit... it. Anyway, as I was saying, I guess we should probably just try diving into, back in the flowchart and see where branches show up. Going this way already. Do you want to build a snowman? No, we went this way already. This is where we dropped off last time. So wiped out that I decided to sleep till morning is what gets us in the Marian Limbo routes. So the question of the hour is what lies in our future. Yeah, sure, let's meet by the lounge, let's meet some people, let's see what happens there. What nonsense will this unleash upon the world? None of these have changed any. When in doubt, act weird. I'd have a bit of a question. Shoot, it's not like we have anything better to do. Excuse me, sir, might you by chance be a Yakuza of some variety? What? What do we have to be concerned about? Oh, hey Mikimoto, you're here now. And realize you showed up already. Alright, what am I missing here? Something will happen at some point. If you go through a murder mystery story, go through several suspect mysteries, questions, and so forth, just to find out the victim committed suicide all along, do you think that's a bad, boring conclusion? I have read more than one story that has done that and managed to stick the landing, but in a vacuum, I think that is a bad answer. I've read more stories that bungle it than I have ones that manage to actually pull it off. Yeah, honestly, like, that's a thing I notice a lot of Western mystery novels, like, do. Like, modern Western mystery, like, post-Golden Age mystery stories. And it's almost never fun. Like, you still need to have a solution. The big problem with suicide... Oh my god, I found a branch, holy shit. And as I was saying, the big problem with suicide as a solution is that it's very easy to cop out on. I don't like solutions where it turns out that one of the victims faked their deaths for the same reason. Like, you know, if you want to build a case against a culprit, you have to actually build a case against them because they're going to be there to defend themselves. But so many stories that end with victim, like, actually committing suicide or it turning out the death was faked just turns out to be, like, just kind of declaring stuff we don't know and saying, well, if it was a suicide, we could explain that away without having to get positive evidence or build a case, you know? You know. Good, it was actually a suicide the whole time solution should have, like, some sort of positive trick, like have the person who commits suicide use some special trick to make it look like they couldn't have committed suicide, like, I don't know, a block of ice that melts away, used as their footstool. That's a really bad solution and you shouldn't use it because it's very obvious, but you know what I'm getting at, right? I was wondering if you'd feel that solution actually makes the rest suspecting investigating other people feel like a waste of time. Oh, no, I don't mind investigating other people, you know. There should be multiple possibilities, there should be multiple suspects, otherwise... I mean, if there's only one culprit, does that make investigating the other suspects a waste of time? No, I don't. What matters is how good the investigation is, you know? Like, that's why I really like cases that feature full-scale false solutions, because it means that even if it winds up being wrong, you still manage to construct a case that feels satisfying in the moment. That's my viewpoint. Was the killer's motive some sort of hatred that ran so deep? Merely killing Tanaka wasn't enough to satisfy it? Could a grudge really drive a person to do such a terrible thing? Questions swirled through my brain. I was skirting around the edges of something here, but what? The answers kept slipping through my grasp. I scratched my head in frustration.
スキーなんか来るんじゃなかった。
Yeah, she doesn't, Suki. Alright, why did that stop us? Alright, here's the tub. Killer didn't steal it. Alright, what am I missing here? So I do check on the Kobayashi first. I take hold of Mari's hand.
中まで入る。
We did go down this route, didn't we? Did I just forget to save afterwards? Anyway, he's super dead. It's weird that they specifically detailed him clutching that knife like that when it turns out at the end that he didn't commit suicide. Because, you know, spoilers, that is the solution. Anyway, everyone is McFreakin' dead now. That was unfortunate. What am I not finding? Can I use the Kamaitachi? Is that a new ending now?
犯人はあいつだ。
Nope. And why was he gripping the knife at all? It's not like that will stop the bleeding and he isn't going to pull it out anyway. When we were going through that scene the first time, Toru theorized that he actually was gripping the knife trying to pull it out. Like, you know, obviously that's really bad when you're in the moment, but it's not like you can just expect every random layman off the street to know that, you know? Especially given that this game originally came out, you know, when the medium was still very new as it was. Alright, let's not ignore that. Would you like a massage?
マッサージしてあげようか。私得意なんだ。
I might deliver in these lines for you. You can read for yourself. Oh boy, I sure do look forward to this sequence. Boy, don't you just love video games? Oh, crap. Has she noticed? No, despite my worries, it seems she hadn't. Okay.
窓の外。
Okay, good, bit's over. Time for her to get home.
窓の外？
I turned to look, but I couldn't see anything through the darkened glass. Can't believe you didn't see. Is there a gremlin sitting on the edge of the plane?
窓がどうかしたの？
誰か見てたのよ。
ここ2階だよ。
No, it sounded impossible. I got up from the bed and approached the window anyway. Mari stayed on the bed, her face pale. I pressed my nose against the glass and peered out at the darkness. All I could see were snowflakes, dancing in the large lights. Undaunted, I threw open the window. And I poked my head out into the raging storm. And looked around. Predictable.
何も見えないよ。
I can't see a thing in this helmet. I quickly closed the window and brushed the snow from my head and shoulders. Didn't want to catch a cold after all. Careful, son, you might
嘘
catch
じゃ
a
ないの。
death
誰かが
cold.
覗いてたのよ。
Mario was seriously upset. I laughed and said, "Alright, chat, what are we feeling? What are we feeling? What do we think it is? Was it a spooky spirit? Or is there a red spy in base? Vote now on your phones." Could it be the ghost? Could it be the ghost of the Kamaitachi? Could it be the ghost of Mikimoto? Is he frickin' dead? We can only hope. Or is Mr. Kobayashi secretly the official liaison to Carbomia? And he'd like to know. I'm sure he'd be very interested in finding out. I'd appreciate some direction at some point. I don't like the way Mario's staring at me. Come on. Blink, damn you! Which randomly decided to play ads. Why? Why is it doing that? Are you being haunted? Oh, Mari thought she saw something in the window. Now we need to decide what sort of totally a joke we're going to make her stop yelling at us. Could it be a ghost? Or could it be... Well, we need to protect the briefcase. One must wonder. One must wonder. Oh, this weather's clear of the wind. What was that? There's no one there. Must have been the wind. Anyway, if none of you are going to say anything, I'm going to pick the spy
間に
option.
潜んでるんじゃないか。
Spy. For a moment, Mari's eyes flashed. Or had that just been a trick of the light? Regardless, Mari's expression quickly returned to its usual self.
なんだか気持ち悪いから下に行かない？
Yeah, sure, good idea.
うん、いいけど。
Night's still young, I thought. Downstairs in the lounge, some sofas were arranged, a large round brown coffee table. We decided to sit there and wait for dinner to start. Just as we were settling in, we heard those voices coming down the stairs. And we're back on this world line. Okay, there's Mr. Mikiyaku's. I'm curious. I feel like there should be. If we stick... There's something here we can find eventually. The question is where. I know we still got plenty of new options to find. Alright, start with the first floor. Can allocate memory, and it crashed. Okay, great. I sure do love my job. And at least it recaptures automatically. That's great. That's great. I love that. Did that save anything? Alright.
なんだ
もうちょっと二人きりでいようよ。
Let's go the other way. That wasn't accomplishing anything anyway. Then one thing would lead to another, that thing would lead to...
変なこと考えてるんじゃないでしょうね。
考えてない。
I shook my head vehemently.
怪しいもんね。外の人よりトールの方が危険かも。やっぱり下に降りよっと。
Now I stood and left the room before I could stop her. Left with no other options, I hurried after her. We went downstairs to the lounge, where some of the other guests were relaxing before dinner. Why are we here again? I thought that was something. Maybe it's a ghost Scoob?
きっと幽霊だよ。
Like
もう
Zoinks.
全然真剣に聞かないんだから。
目の錯覚だろ。
Yeah, it was like an illusion. Like maybe there's actually a wall covered in gradient colored tiles.
それよりマッサージの続きを。
Well, that's what I wanted to say, but Murray didn't seem to be in the mood anymore.
なんだか気持ち悪いから下に行か。
Alright, now what?
エッチなこと考えてるんじゃないでしょ。
とんでもない。
Alright, Mr. Yakuza Milking Man. What am I missing here? Okay, here's a new scene at least. Because earlier were gathered around the front desk and they were all shouting at Kobayashi. This flowchart is very complicated. I'm gonna have to make a flowchart to navigate this flowchart.
ちょっと落ち着いて話してください。一体何があったんです？
窓から誰かが覗いてたんです。
Dun dun dun. The moment we heard that, Mara and I looked at each other. Kobayashi gave the girls a stiff smile.
そんなはずはないでしょう。この吹雪の中、しかも2階ですよ。木の枝か何かを見間違えたんじゃないですか？
Now maybe you mistook a tree branch for a whole-ass human being.
見間違いなんかじゃありません。窓の外に人がいたんです。
It happens to me all the time. Come on, don't feel too bad about it. Mario lent her report to Aki's story.
おじさん、私も見たの。トールの部屋で。錯覚だって言われて、一度はそうかなと思ったんだけど。
Clearly it's a ghost.
おいおい、マリちゃんまで何を言い出すんだ。錯覚かもしれないと思ったんだろ？錯覚だよ。
It was the biggest tree branch that ever existed. Maybe it was an entire tree that's being used as branches of an even bigger tree. Never think of that? Kobayashi tried to laugh it off, but I could see from his eyes that he didn't think it was very funny. In fact, his whole demeanor seemed off somehow. So it seemed to me, anyway. The girls didn't appear to pick up on it. I was still slightly spooked. They ultimately relented and went back upstairs. However, Mari remained unconvinced.
ねえおじさん、ただの錯覚が同時に別々の人に起きるなんて変よ。
同じものを見間違えたんだろう。
Kobayashi wouldn't meet her eye.
だってトードの部屋と彼女たちの部屋はまるっきり反対側よ。人と見間違えるようなものがここの周りをぐるぐる回ってるんだとしたら、それだけで十分気持ち悪いわ。
Is this really going to be about how Kobayashi is secretly a pervert or something? Not unless he's also got super speed, which quite frankly would be more impressive. And also would be retroactively plagiaristic.
マリちゃん、頼むからそんなことを大声で言わないでくれ。
Kobayashi panicked for a moment, then quickly lowered his voice.
客商売なんだから変な噂でも立っちゃ困るんだよ。
Kobayashi came over to our sofa. Then he sat down across from us, leaned in close and started whispering.
いいかい、ここだけの話にしといてくれよ。
What I'm about to tell you is a true story that really happened to a guy I knew who knew a guy. Who knew this guy, who knew this guy, who knew this guy, who knew this guy. We nodded, gulping nervously.
私は別にそれを信じてるわけじゃないし、認めてるってわけでもないことは覚えといてほしいんだが。
I'm sorry, you weren't done, but I didn't really care. Kobayashi confessed this, hesitantly.
出る？何が？
You know, it. Weren't you paying attention? That weird clown guy. Mario was confused.
君たちが見たようなもののことだ。それが何かなんて私に聞かないでくれよ。私が見たわけじゃないんだから。
幽霊？
Ghost. My eyes went wide, but Kobayashi wouldn't say one way or the other. A strained silence fell over our little group. Mari and I looked at each other, trying to figure out if this was a joke or not.
ちょっとおじさん、手の込んだ冗談で私たちを脅かそうって思考ね。いつまでも茶目っ気が抜けないんだから。
バカな。冗談ならお前たちだけにしとくよ。他の客
マジで
脅かしたりするもんか。
バカな。Could it be Dr. Midori has no legs? Could it be Dr. Midori is a ghost too? Everyone's ghosts. I'm ghosts, you're ghosts, she's ghosts. That made a certain amount of sense. As Kobayashi had hinted earlier, getting a bad reputation was the worst thing that could happen to a business such as this. Maybe you're secretly an unscrupulous land developer wearing a costume in order to scare people away. No prank was worth taking that kind of risk.
じゃあ本当に出るっていうの？幽霊がこのペンションに？
Kobayashi didn't answer. He'd want to admit there were such things as ghosts. There's no such thing as mysterious.
これまでにもあれを見た人が何人もいるのね。
Once Mari changed her approach, Kobayashi nodded.
一体いつからなの？
ここを始めて最初の冬にはもう訴えがあった。誰かが覗いたってな。
You know, if you tell people that your lodge is haunted, some people will still pay money to check it out. Isn't that really, like, big business, though? I mean, honestly, how many ghost watching shows, how many ghosting shows have you seen thus far? Where you walked away thinking, man, I really want to go to that haunted hotel or whatever. It's never, right? That's just not actually that big a market.
初めのうちは本当に誰かが覗いたんだろうと思って外を見回ったものさ。でも雪の中には足跡一つない。何を見たにせよ、それが人間であるはずはなかった。
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was full-on story time. It wasn't a single footprint in the snow. Well, I could come up with a billion different answers to that, most of which I've seen already.
動物ってことは考えられませんか？ムササビとかコウモリとか見慣れない動物を見間違えたんじゃ。
A bat that could have been mistaken for a human, like some sort of bat man or man bat, which is also a character.
それなら真冬に限って現れるのは変だろう。
他の季節には出ないんですか？
全くない。
Kobayashi was adamant about that. A winter ghost, huh? Maybe it's a ghost that really appreciates the ski season, you don't know. Just because he's dead doesn't mean he's not allowed to have hobbies. The image of a Yukiona, that terrifying ice maiden from Japanese myth, came to mind. The thought filled me with horror. Perhaps it was the ghost of a man who had gotten himself lost in these snowy mountains. I don't see why we would find one of these more likely than the other. The Yukiona is less boring, if you say so. Mari seemed to have a more rational outlook on the situation.
この近くに別荘を持ってる人のいたずらじゃないの？毎年やってきては泊まり客を脅かすのが趣味だとか。
This isn't a ghost, it's just a bored rich prick.
歩ける距離には家はないし、車で来たら気づかないわけはない。なあ、私はもう散々その手のことは考え尽くしたんだよ。それで出した結論はこうだ。
Inquisition? Don't interrupt me. Inquisition has brilliantly solved this problem by ignoring it. Mari wanted to keep talking about the ghost, but Kobayashi had had enough. He got to his feet. Just then, I heard the sound of a car engine approaching. At this time of night, at this part of the country.
ああ、そういや一人到着してないお客さんがいたな。多分あれがそうだろう。
Localized entirely within Spur Lodge. Kobayashi slowly made his way to the front desk. The car turned into the parking lot, and the sound of the engine quieted. Eventually, a man covered with snow came in through the front door. And I seriously cannot believe they got an entire wind chime just to use as a doorbell. How bourgeois.
すいません、遅くなりまして。三木本様ですね。
Yeah, that's his name. As far as you need to know. The man nodded as Kobayashi hailed him from the front desk.
いや、参りましたよ。こんなひどい雪は初めてだ。
Sounding thrilled to finally be inside, the man took off his shoes and made his way to the front desk.
食事はもう終わったんですが、サンドイッチのようなものなら用意できますが。
いや、結構。お気遣いなく。
He struck me as an awfully cheerful kind of guy. When he spotted me and Mario in the lounge, he abandoned his bags and came over to see us.
いや、
Yo. Though he looked like a gruff mountain man, the bearded newcomer was all smiles as he approached us.
どうも。
Mario and I nodded our heads in greeting. A man plopped himself down on the couch and immediately launched into a conversation as if we were all fast friends. Your pants are so long. Look at how many wrinkles those are. Things like halfway up your thigh.
なあ、君たち、いつからここに？
昨日からです。
昨日ね。それで何か変わったことなかったかい？
Like, say, ghost?
え、なんで知ってるんですか？
Turns out I think we found the ghost. It's Mikimoto. In this case, he's gone from being the culprit to being the victim. It's brilliant. I was caught completely off guard.
やっぱりあったんだね。
He leaned forward, excited.
ええ、まあ。
I wasn't sure how to respond since Kobayashi had told me not to talk about it. Kobayashi, perhaps overhearing our conversation, rushed over. His face was pale.
ちょっと困りますね。他のお客様にご迷惑になるようなことは。
Look at him, he's so angry.
迷惑？ちょっと話しかけただけじゃないですか。あ、申し遅れましたけど、僕はこういうものです。
He held out his business card. Kyosuke Mikimoto, freelance writer, was printed on the front. Freelance writer. In the murder mystery timeline, he claims to be a freelance photographer. He doesn't carry business cards. I doubt that's going to amount to anything, seeing as how we're already in a completely different timeline, but I thought I should remind you all that my memory does in fact work.
フリーライター？取材で来られたんですか？
Free writer? Why do you charge so much? Heyo. Actually, freelance writers are quite drastically underpaid in the grand scheme of things. Kobayashi seemed surprised by this.
ねえ、まあ、ちょっと噂を聞きつけたものですからね。
Heard this rumor, you see.
噂？どんな噂ですか？
いや、大した噂じゃありません。どうせ近くの中学生あたりが広めたデマの類でしょう。
どんなデマです？
A hoax? A scam? A bamboozlement, a facade, a dishonesty. An unexpected surprise, perhaps even a lie. Kobayashi was trying his best to hide his anxiety, and failing miserably.
笑わないでくださいよ。本当にくだらない噂ですんでね。
It's a silly.
このペンションに幽霊が出ると言うんですよ。おかしいでしょ？
I can't believe the spirits. Even they like the food in this place. Man, you are an impressive cook. This probably wasn't unexpected. Wouldn't really be a surprise, would it? If you expect to get a surprise, but you don't know what it is, huh? Huh? You ever think of that smart guy? Hmm? No one laughed. Yeah, I'm used to that. Mikimoto gets the situation at a glance.
なるほど。あんたたちも見たんですね。じゃあやっぱりデマじゃなかったんだ。
I do not see the causal relationship between what you just said. Kamaitachi suddenly started laughing uproariously.
デマじゃなかったですって？あなた、幽霊の存在を信じてるんですか？
Do you believe in ghosts? Well, there are some places where people do believe in ghosts. And with good reason. If you travel down the Hudson
僕
River...
は別にいるともいないとも信じちゃいません。見たという人間が何人かいる場所をオカルトスポットとして紹介するだけのことです。
I don't believe in ghosts. I also don't not believe in ghosts. I am a ghost agnostic. I'm a dirty fence sitter, you see?
で、どうなんです？あなた方何か見たんでしょ？どんな感じでした？
Mari's shoulders slumped. She must have been worried for her uncle, but it turns out her concerns were misplaced. Because the very next moment, a woman's screams echoed through the lodge. You think that, but that's actually Tojo screaming. Mikimoto's off like a shot. Or maybe Tanaka. Maybe that's why he doesn't talk to anybody. He's embarrassed. Followed by Kobayashi. And Mari and me. Mari and Me was my favorite movie they reviewed on Season 10 of Mystery Science Theater 3000. As we raced upstairs, one of the guest room doors opened, and a figure appeared. Kayama.
小林君、とこに来てくれた。春子が。
奥さんがどうかされたんですか？
Kobayashi approached the door. Kayama didn't answer, instead motioning to the room behind him. The innkeeper took one look through the doorway and urgently rushed inside. We followed, close behind.
奥さん。
Ma'am! Kobayashi rushed over to help Haruko, who was lying on the floor.
一体何があったんです？
Mikimoto questioned Kayama.
ようわからんのや。あいつが窓の方を見とったら突然悲鳴上げて倒れよったんや。外も覗いてみたんやけど、別におかしな様子はあらへんし。
Mari and I looked at each other.
やっぱり。
Mikimoto muttered to himself.
やっぱりってどういう意味やねん。
It means he knew it, whatever it is. I thought that was how words worked. Look, man, I know you got an accent, but that don't mean you gotta be dumb. Kayama started shouting at Mikimoto. The newcomer ignored him and asked another question.
奥さんは霊感の強い方じゃありませんでしたか？
I mean, she once spent several $1,000s getting our pool filled with something called Kabbalah water, but I don't know if that's really the same thing.
霊感やて？何の話や？
どうなんです？奥さんはよく金縛りにあったり、あなたには聞こえない音を聞いたりしませんでしたか？
金縛りはしょっちゅうや。特に旅行なんかに出るとな。自分では霊感が強いんやとか言うとったけど、わしに言わしたら疲れやすいだけで。
wonder what sort of relationship she has with her sleep paralysis demons.
どうやらはっきりしたようですね。
Yes, yes, all of the clues are coming together. Mikimoto turned to Kobayashi.
何がや何が分かったっちゅうんや。
Oh, nothing, I'm just bluffing like a madman. Mikimoto looked at the increasingly irate Kayama.
このペンションには我々以外の何かがいるってことがですよ。
The killer is not one of us. The killer isn't someone in this room. He's not blowing at me. As he spoke the words, it felt like a gust of wind suddenly blew through the room. Kobayashi was the first to break the long silence.
冗談じゃない。加山さんも言ったでしょ。疲れやすい人なんだって。疲れてうとうとしている時に白チュームでも見たんでしょ。
It seemed too late an hour for daydreams, yet I found myself wanting to agree with Kobayashi's theory anyway. I mean, it's either that or spook spirits. But Kayama cut him short.
いや、春子寝とらんかったで。ちゃんと起きとった。
16th guest hidden somewhere in this lot. We don't have 15 people. God, we've been over this already. Criminy.
しかしですね。
The 16th guest hidden somewhere in the lodge. Watch out for her. The innkeeper was about to respond when Haruko started groaning and moving out. Turns out the real murderer was nobody, because there wasn't a murder. Good job, everybody.
春子、大丈夫か？
Kayama hauled Haruko to her feet and started shaking her. She opened her eyes and looked about uncertainly.
あなた、ごめんなさい。私、気を失ったのかしら。
せや、ちょっとのことやったけどな。
一体何をご覧になったんです？
Mikimoto interrupted from off to the side. Yeah, this is what I expect from detectives. Just constantly talking over other people. Just breaching sensitive subjects with absolutely no tact. Honestly, they're just the worst. You don't become a detective if you have any respect for other people. Haruko brought a hand to her mouth and gasped, as if she just remembered something horrible.
誰かが窓の外から私たちをじっと見てたんです。冷たい目が闇の中で光ってて。
Darkness! No. So Dr. Midori's detective isn't Dr. Midori respects people. I didn't say that. She closed her eyes and shook her head, trying to clear away the memory of it.
どんな人でした？
Mikimoto kept asking more questions. If he gets to at least 20, we'll at least be able to get our own guess in.
どんなって言われても、ただ目だけが光っていて、不気味な目だったわ。
Watch, we're gonna investigate all the way to the end of this. It's gonna turn out that was just Mikimoto's headlights the whole time. Honestly.
男か女かもわからないんですか？
ええ、残念ですけど。
Once again, a heavy silence fell over the room. Ghastly eyes glowing out in the darkness. Was it possible they weren't even human?
んですか？
Let you in here. The three girls were peeking in from the hallway. Kobayashi rushed to explain.
なんでもありません。なんでもないんです。奥さんの具合がちょっと良くないだけですよ。
The girls looked unconvinced, but Kobayashi ushered them back outside and closed the door.
こりゃ面白くなってきたな。
That's how he would have responded if she had died. I've seen his type before. I see no indication that this couldn't be done by a cat. What, a teleporting cat? Maybe. Cats can't teleport, don't you know? And slip through walls. But they can't, you know what they can't do? Tell the truth. Mikimoto licked his lips with anticipation.
何が面白いんだ。冗談事じゃないんだぞ。
Kobayashi scowled at the newcomer.
冗談だなんて思っちゃいませんよ。今度こそ本物かもしれないって思ってるだけでね。
Jenny could be the real Yakuza boss. She's like a dragon. No, we still haven't addressed Tanaka's issue here. And there's Mikimoto. Just hanging around. Stalling for time, waiting for those body parts to get found.
本物？本物の幽霊だって言いたいのか？いい大人がそんなことを。
An actual whole-ass ghost. Are you serious right now? A spooky spirit from beyond the beyond. Mikimoto started talking over Kobayashi.
20年前のクリスマスイブ、ここで何があったか皆さんご存知ですか？
They put up a tree. The blood drained from Kobayashi's face. The entire future Mikimoto becoming increasingly upset that no one in the body. Yeah, like he's just desperately like trying to keep up coming up with excuses to never be alone for even a second. Just, hey, do you wanna get some tea? I don't know. I'm kind of already done. No, it's fine. It's fine. Well, it's good. It's good for your heart and digestive system. Yeah, Mikimoto, do you want to go up and use the bathroom real quick? What? No. Come on. And miss my famous charades performance? Look, I brought my ukulele. Would everyone like to hear a performance? And he just keeps waiting and waiting and waiting. Kinda hope that becomes a route later, actually. That would be a funny joke, as it were.
あんた一体何者なんだ？
オーナーはもちろんご存知のはずだ。他の方はご存知ない？じゃあ僕が自分で調べた限りのことを教えて差し上げましょう。
He is just completely embracing that mysterious detective energy right now. I'd call it respectable, but it's actually not at all.
こんな得体の知れない奴の言うことなんか聞くんじゃない。
Don't listen to him, he's lying. Yeah, clearly this is if you just cover your ears and go la 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 la, I'm not listening, he won't be able to talk. It's perfect. It's the perfect crime. No, but actually,
20年前、その時一体何があったんです？
it was the 60s, so there's probably a lot of LSD involved. I looked back and forth between Kobayashi and Mikimoto.
関係ないことだ。マリちゃん、行くぞ。
待っておじさん、私だって聞きたいわ。
Did he just... The way they framed it kind of looked like he just slid like Akuma from Street Fighter, just over into a command grab. Of course, that wouldn't have worked because, as we all know, Mari is an incredible rushdown character. Mari and I both gasped at what Mikimoto had to say next.
マリさんには聞く権利があると思いますがね。事件の当事者でもあることですし。
事件の当事者？私が？
You know, it's weird to not know things that you yourself are involved in.
聞くんじゃない、マリ!
Kobayashi started shouting again, but his heart didn't seem in it this time.
彼女には何も知らせてないんですか？何も？それはちょっとひどすぎるんじゃないですか？自分の実の親がどうなったかも知らないなんて。
Toru's at the bottom tier, no one plays as because all his buttons are lackluster and minus. Toru is like... Toru is a really, like, weird technical character who takes a lot of skill to get good with. But if you learn to play him well, he can actually be really powerful. This flowchart is, in fact, Toru's actual, like, ideal playstyle flowchart. Don't you know? Anyway, alright, parents. It's gonna turn out that the real murderer was actually Mari's evil twin she didn't know she had. Mari looked as if she just stepped on a live wire.
実の親？私の。だって、私は。おじさん、この人の言ってることは本当なの？ねえ、答えて。私のお父さんとお母さんは。
Barraged by questions, Kobayashi could only look away, with a pained expression on his face.
すまない、マリちゃん。しょうがなかったんだ。しょうがなかったんだよ。
しょうがないよね. There was a moment of silence for our fallen comrades. Then Mikimoto began speaking again, this time in more measured tones.
20年前、ここはこんな小綺麗なペンションなんかじゃなく、小さな炭焼き小屋だったんだ。この辺り一帯はある大地主の持ち物で、炭焼き小屋にいたのも数ある雇い人の一人だった。その大地主には子供が3人いた。一郎と二郎という2人の息子と、そして純子という娘だったそうだ。
And the landowner was Kayama. I was about to say, isn't Kayama kind of not dead to be Mari's dead real father? Like, it's difficult to be a dead anything when you are in fact not dead. I should know, I'm not dead every day despite my best efforts. Mari interrupted in astonishment.
純子って、私のお母さん？でもお母さんはおじさんと2人だけの兄弟のはず。
Mikimoto ignored her question and continued on with his story. Thank you for the hydrate, Redeem.
長男の一郎は親の反対を無視して炭焼き小屋に住む雇い人夫婦の美しい一人娘と付き合っていた。しかしその娘のみゆきが一郎の子供を宿したと知って大地主は怒り狂ったそうだ。
And the stretch Redeem, you can just take that while I keep on scrolling. Hold on. So Twitter hasn't given me any points today. Yeah, I've noticed that happen a lot with a lot of my regulars, actually. I'll, be there for the entirety of every stream they do for a week and get absolutely nothing to show for it. It's almost like Twitch is a really shitty platform or something anyway. I was kind of banking on this being a voice line. Oh god. Okay, I did the stretch. My face had gone pale. Your uncle wasn't the firstborn male of the family? He had an older brother? If you just poked her in the eye right now, it looks like you'd just be stopped dead by a solid wall. It made sense considering that her uncle's name was Jiro, which meant second son. But did that mean Ichiro's child was... Mikimoto continued.
臨月が近づいても親子の歩み寄りは見られず、一郎は半分感動されたような状態で炭焼き小屋で暮らすようになった。そしてかまいたちが出ると言われるようなこんな吹雪の夜、一郎は父親に呼び出され最後の説得を受けていた。彼はもちろん聞く耳など持っていなかったが、父親はいつになく息子を引き止めた。しかしふと父親の態度が変だと気がついた彼は慌ててこの小屋に車を飛ばした。そこで彼が見つけたのは
I heard someone gulp behind me.
血の海の中に横たわるみゆきとその両親の姿だった。
I rushed to support Mari, who seemed to be on the verge of collapse.
全員が喉を切り裂かれ、ほぼ即死に近い状態だったそうだ。しかし驚くべきことに一人の命だけは助かった。当時9ヶ月に満たなかった胎児の命だけは。
Mikimoto looked straight at Mari.
死体の腹から取り出されたその子はマリと名付けられ、子供ができないと分かっていた妹純子夫婦の子供として育てられることになった。
It's awful convenient they had a doctor just right there on hand. Was that Uncle Kobayashi? Was he a doctor after he was a mountain monk, after he was a lawyer, before he was a salaryman, before he was a chef? I stared at Mari. Mari stared at Kobayashi. Kobayashi stared at Mikimoto. Mikimoto stared at Jenny. And Jenny was staring right at me. Kobayashi, he stared at the floor. Who the floor was staring at is going to answer all of our questions, though. I sure wish I did know. Tears welled up in Mari's eyes and started streaming down her cheeks. Jenny staring into Dr. Mura's soul. Joke's on her, I don't have one.
話はまだ終わってないよ、マリさん。警察の調べでは強盗か何かが押し入ったんだろうってことになった。金も何もここには大したものはなかったし、吹雪の夜にこんなところに来る強盗がいるとは思えないんだけどね。誰かが大量の金と脅しを使って事件をうやむやにしたんだっていう噂もある。
Oh, the police, why are you so bad at your jobs? So was Mari's grandfather that wealthy landowner? I glanced over at her, but she seemed to have something else on her mind.
一郎とかいう人はどうなったの？
Mikimoto hesitated a moment, then came right out with it. We have visually seen Mari cry more in this route than in the previous route. Which is ironic considering who wrote that one.
彼は殺された妻の葬儀の翌日、そこの森の中で首を吊って死んでいるのを発見された。
Mari clutched at my hand, so fiercely that I feared my bones might break. I struggled to endure the pain. It was nothing compared to the heartbreak Mari was going through right then. Her eyes were glassy, as if she were dissociating herself from this unbearable news. But the real shock and sadness was yet to come. Kobayashi glared at Mikimoto, enraged.
あんた一体何者なんだ？オカルトライターなんて出任せ言いやがって。どうせどこかの写真週刊誌かなんかにスキャンダル記事でも書いてる連中だろ。
Hey, don't you disparage the author of such brilliant works as Bigfoot Had My Child, and everyone you've ever heard of is secretly a lizard? Man's a visionary.
昔の事件をほじくり返して人の神経逆なでするのがそんなに楽しいのか？出てってくれ。
出てけと言われても、今出ていくのは無理な相談でしょう。それに僕は本当にオカルト記事を書こうと思って調べ始めただけなんですよ。もちろん人並みに野心はあるつもりです。大昔の未解決の事件を発見して解決に導けたら。
You really should, and if you actually manage to pull that off, you'll have yourself established as a detective. And then more cases will just start falling directly into your lap, causality bends around you, and you'll never sleep again. What if Dr. Midori was a lizard? Yes. What if? I don't know what sound lizards make, I'm sorry. Do lizards make, like, noise? They gotta, right? Like, what's a lizard call sound like? Like, if you want to try to crow, you go caw caw. If you want to sound like a cow, you go moo.
それは僕自身の手柄にもなるでしょうし、マスコミの端くれとしては義務とも言えるんじゃないでしょうかね。
Yeah, stick a feather in your cap and call it macaroni. Not to be confused with a case where somebody was suffocated in macaroni. I remember that one. Particularly gruesome. The two men glared at each other for a moment. Then Mari shook off my hand and ran from the room.
Mari!
Out in the hallway, the three girls stood frozen in shock. They had never made it back to their rooms. Small ones like geckos make squealy sounds instead. I mean, I do make squealy sounds an awful lot. Mari shoved past the stunned trio and ran blindly down the hall. I was about to hurry after her, but I felt compelled to give Mikimoto a piece of my mind first.
もう少し配慮があってもいいんじゃないですか？あれじゃ彼女は。
I was so angry I couldn't even get the words out. I gave up and chased after Mari. She'd fled to her room. I rushed to her door and tried opening it, but it was locked. I started knocking loudly.
マリーいるんだろ？入れてくれ。
一人にして
Just leave here. Her voice sounded surprisingly calm.
でもマリ、
いいの。しばらく一人にしておいて。
I mean, let's at least try to be decent people here. For the moment. I knew there was no way she should be alone right now.
マリ、あんなやつの言うこと本気にすることないよ。どうせ口から出まかせさ。
I desperately pleaded with her through the door. But there was no reply.
ねえマリ、聞いてるのか？あんなの信じたわけじゃないんだろ？
お願いだから一人にしておいて。
Mari sounded frantic. Hearing how upset she was, I thought it best to give her some time alone. At least until she calmed down.
じゃあ僕は自分の部屋にいるから、いつでも来たくなったら来ていいから。いいね。
There was no response, but I was pretty sure Mari had heard me all the same. I went back to my room, doing my best not to make eye contact with anyone, for fear that they'd be able to steal my soul through my eyeballs. As I lay there in bed, I thought back on the incredible story I'd heard earlier. Mari had other parents, her birth parents, and they'd suffered a tragic demise. Worse yet, her own grandfather might have been the one to have them murdered. I couldn't imagine what had gone through Mari's mind as she listened to that tragic tale. Unable to keep still any longer, I got up and started pacing around my room. I wanted to be with her. Now she probably still needed time alone. But how much time passed like that? The sound of shattering glass brought me back to my senses. And somewhere Mikimoto just sighed so hard he deflated like a balloon. Oh, thank God it's finally over. Did a window just break? I opened my door, poked out my head, and looked up and down the hallway. A number of other people were doing likewise. Kayam, Mikimoto, the three girls. But the doors to Mari's and Tanaka's rooms remained conspicuously closed.
何があったんですか？
I asked the others, but no one answered. Following my first impulse, I ran to Mari's room.
マリ！マリ！君の部屋か？
That wood is covered in spots. No reply. When I looked behind me, I saw Mr. and Mrs. Kobayashi, and the two part-time were coming up the stairs.
今の音は何だ？
Kobayashi looked to me for an answer.
わかりません。でもマリの返事が。
Then it happened. A scream? One filled with terror and agony tore through the air. We all froze. It was a man's scream. Was it? Was it really, though? And the only man who wasn't here right now was Tanaka. Perhaps used to such situations, Mikimoto was the first to jump into action. He pounded on the door to Tanaka's room and began hollering out to him.
大丈夫ですか？何があったんです？
Mikimoto tried the knob, but the door seemed to be locked. He turned to Kobayashi.
オーナー、マスターキーはあるんでしょ？持ってきてください。
Come on, do you have that incredibly convenient plot device known as a master key? Sensing the gravity of the situation, Kobayashi ran downstairs without saying a word. Now, gravity does make going downstairs easier. He returned moments later. He shouldered Mikimoto aside and unlocked the door himself. Just comes running up. Okay, now I need you to open the door, but then Kobayashi just shoulder checks him clean across the hallway. Look, he's got a lot of aggression to take out.
田中様、大丈夫ですか?
Kobayashi called to his guest as he opened the door. The next moment, he rocked backwards as a blast of wind and snow swirled from the room. And the Arctic air roared down the hallway like a freight train. A shiver went down my spine. I felt like something far more sinister than the wind was passing us at that moment. I shook my head and, pulling myself together, approached Kobayashi and the others. As soon as the strange wind had subsided, we all peered inside the room. Man, that is an avant-garde paint job. For a moment, I thought this was the only room in the lodge with a different design scheme. The bed, the walls, the ceiling. I thought I'd catch up. Yeah, who would have thought Tanaka was such a messy eater? Oh, that from a single burger. Everything looked like it had been done up in modern art style, like a Jackson Pollock painting. There was red splattered everywhere. And when I saw Tanaka on his bed, the source of all that red became immediately obvious. And there really isn't that much red on him in the grand scheme of things. He twitched and spasmed as blood gushed from wounds all over his body. Yo, what the fuck? Mikimoto was in a state of shock. And he looked so great every time we saw his face. There was nothing we could do. We had no hope of saving Tanaka, not after he'd lost so much blood. What's more, we'd never be able to get an ambulance out here in this blizzard. As everyone stood there in shocked silence, Mrs. Kayama suddenly clutched at her head and collapsed. And that lady from the spirit medium family sure does pass out a lot.
Haruko! Haruko! 大丈夫か?
Kayama rushed over to his wife.
何かがいるわ。危険よ。私たちみんな。
With that, her eyes rolled back in her head, and she passed out.
この人をベッドに連れて行ってあげてください。
Just sleep off the horrifying emotional trauma. Mikimoto ordered Midori to take action as he approached the blood-drenched Tanaka. Look, it's like a butterfly. That one looks kinda like Greenland, if Greenland was like really angular and had anime hair. He checked the man's wounds, then grabbed his wrist and searched for pulse.
ダメだ。
Oh man, I had such high hopes for him too. I came over and joined Mikimoto, trying to avoid looking at the bed.
一体何があったんですか？
Not like Mikimoto would know, but I felt compelled to ask anyway. Mikimoto stared at the shattered window in silence. The curtains flapped in the swirling wind and snow.
あそこから何かがやってきて彼を切り裂いたのか。
I don't know, dog, why are you asking me? I'm not a professional. He mused out loud.
何かって一体何です？
Indeed, Toru. I mean, we heard the guy screaming before we found the body, so... Like, immediately before we found the body, so I think it's probably not possible that this one has a rationalistic explanation. I mean, just in case the fact that we're on the ghost route that we found. It's gonna amount to, literally anything. Actually, are we on the ghost route? What route is this? We are on the occult route. Ooh, spooky. And scary. Skeletons to be determined. Alright, Atome, are you trapped in pre-roll at hell? I hate being trapped in pre-roll at hell. If you gotta be trapped somewhere, why don't you be trapped, like... I don't know, Cheesecake Factory or something, that'd be nice. People like cheesecake more than I like hell, you know? That's a fact under most circumstances. I noticed that my mouth had suddenly gone dry as a desert.
わからん。君たちが窓の外に見たものかもしれない。常識的に考えるなら人間か動物だろうな。
動物がこんなことを。
Got an ad for the shadiest streaming service I've never heard of before. Is it? Has that new thing that was happening lately? I don't remember the title. I searched for like 5 minutes and found it was just some crypto scam. It's like Track TV? No. Okay, no, that's not it. I mean, you do have to respect the stone, someone advertising a streaming service on a different streaming service. Getting away with it too, I mean, really.
獰猛な猛禽類、あるいは狼のようなものかもしれない。
Ah, yes, the birds. If only he'd had a clothes hanger, he could have gotten away with it. A bird seemed more likely, given that we were on the second floor. But no matter how sharp its beak was, there was no bird that could tear a person apart like this. Mikimoto continued.
しかし、見たところそんな傷跡じゃない。ナイフのような鋭利な刃物で切りつけなければ、ここまで深く肉を裂くことはできないだろう。
じゃあやっぱり人間が。
常識的に考えるなら、ね。
But you can't let yourself get held back by common sense and Gensokyo, right? What an odd thing to say. I pressed on it.
じゃあ非常識的な考えなら。
Blue monkeys on the SS Mary Celeste. That's an irrational answer. So would sandwich, the concept of yellow, and communism. Just the idea of communism being the culprit. There, is that irrational enough for you? Mikimoto hesitated for a moment.
悪霊だよ。
Oh, what? It couldn't be like a nice, polite, friendly spirit?
悪霊？
呪いと言ってもいい。さっきの話を覚えてるだろう。ここではかつて何人もの血が流された。無念の血がね。
I mean, a lot of blood seems to have shed here in the present, too. That's crazy. I wanted to respond, but I couldn't. Not standing there, in front of that horribly mutilated corpse. I love how he said this answer is irrational and now he'll spend 10 minutes explaining it. I mean... irrational? I mean, if it were rational, it might, you know, make more sense just saying it out loud. Those fingerprints over there, can we go lift those? I'd like to show off my 1 point of expertise at some point here. Come on, please. Please, come on. I suddenly remembered Mari. Oh right, she's here. Could she have come out yet, given all the commotion? I fled from the gruesome sight of Tanaka's body and returned to Mari's room. Someday I'm gonna, like, dump an original rap song performed over that beat. I knocked even harder than before and called out her name.
Mari! Mari! どうかしたのか? 返事してくれ!
Just as I was turning to borrow the master key from Kobayashi, there was a clicking sound, and the door swung open.
トールなの。大声で騒がないでよ。
Mari peeked out at me. She had a towel wrapped around her head.
マリ、大丈夫なのか? 何してたんだ?
Let's see if we can't put this one together on our own, Chad. I don't know, it's gonna be a pretty complicated mystery. But I have faith in you all.
何って、シャワー浴びてたのよ。
As I took a moment to calm myself, I realized Mari was wearing only a bath towel. My brain did a spit take, which is impressive because it wasn't actually drinking anything.
何かあったの?
Mari had finally noticed all the other people out in the hallway. She pulled her towel higher. Clock towel.
よくわからないんだけど、恐ろしいことになって。
恐ろしいこと?
Yeah, they didn't even bother coming up with a different CG from the body in the last room we saw that actually had a murder.
田中って人が、殺されたみたいなんだ。
He's like super dead.
された？一体誰に？
わからない。人間かどうかもわからないんだ。叫び声が聞こえて、飛び込んだ時には誰もいなかったし、人間ならあんな風に切り裂いたりしないだろうから。
切り裂く？
Mari brought her hand to her mouth, horrified.
何かが窓から入ってきたみたいなんだ。ミキも取ったあのライターは動物かもしれないって言ってるんだけどね。
I lied by omission, not wanting to believe it was really an evil spirit who had killed Tanaka. A ghost, Scoob. Like Zoinks.
動物？熊かしら。飢えた熊が冬眠できなくて人を襲うことがあるって言うけど。
Da bears.
そうだよ、きっとそうだ。
I glossed over the question of how a bear managed to get upstairs.
怖いわね。おじさんは猟銃とか持ってるのかしら。
さあ、どうだろうね。
And if we were dealing with something that was neither bear nor human, I wonder just how useful a hunting rifle would be. Imagine going out shouting ghosts with an elephant gun. The more I thought about it, the more worried I became. The bear climbed up to the window, killed the guy, and left because it was afraid someone would find out. Totally makes sense. Da bear.
ショックなのはわかるんだけどさ。何にしろ、みんなと一緒にいた方がいいよ。
Yes, come participate in the rest of the human race, Murray. But maybe put on a pair of pants first. Murray smiled weakly.
ありがとう、心配してくれて。服を着たら降りていくわ。
わかった。何かあったらすぐに叫ぶんだ。それと、鍵はかけない方がいいと思うよ。
わかったわ。
Back downstairs, everyone was sitting with somber looks on their faces. Everyone, that is, except the Kayamas.
警察には連絡したんですか?
Kobayashi looked back at me in stunned astonishment.
警察か、すっかり忘れてた。
Yeah, because they worked out so well last time. Kobayashi jumped to his feet, ran over to the front desk, and brought the phone to his ear.
変だな。音が聞こえない。
I was right nearby, so I took the receiver from Kobayashi and held it to my ear. Sure enough, I could hear the familiar doo of the dial tone. That's the sound this phone makes, just looking at him. You can just tell these sorts of things if you know what you're doing. I jiggled the phone hook a few times, but it didn't make a lick of difference. あれ? あれれ? おかしいぞ. For a second, I thought I'd heard something.
どうした？
いや、何か聞こえたような気が。
A moment later, a chill ran down my spine. There was a voice coming through the receiver. One that sounded like it was coming from the bottom of a deep, dark well. What? What's that, Jenny? Jimmy fell down a well? And do you think we should bury him with rocks? Good girl. That voice seemed to be calling out for someone. Mari? The voice was neither male nor female, but it was clearly filled with grief. I let the phone fall from my grasp, then looked up at the ceiling. Up to the second floor. The hell was going on? At that exact moment, I heard a woman shout "Stop!" from upstairs, followed by an unintelligible scream. Was that Mari? Is this a Mari? No, spirit, don't know. Yamete. Yamete. I sprinted back up the stairs. There was no one in the hallway, but the sounds of a struggle were coming from nearby. Where were they coming from? Bakayama's room. Yeah, now's no time for hesitation. We number this ghost at least 3-1. Let's go. I rushed over to Kayama's door and turned the knob. The door opened easily. An unbelievable sight awaited me within. And this is the only route where people actually scream when they're being attacked. Where did they learn that ability, I wonder? You unlock that ability at level 10, actually. Just had to get a few rounds in to build up the EXP. Kayama was lying on the floor, covered in blood. Haruko was atop her husband as if she was shielding him with her own body. A naked woman stood before them. Snow-white skin, long black hair that hung from her waist. The entire front of her body was bathed in bright red blood. The woman stared at me as I entered the room. Those eyes. They were Mari's eyes. Sorry if you finished dying in a few minutes, I can maybe examine the corpse, but it's about the limit of what I have to offer. I heard Haruko softly pleading from down on the floor. I couldn't look away from Mari.
Mari なのか?
Mari doko? A horizontal crack opened in that bloody face of hers. She spoke. A voice that I remembered sounded just like the one on the phone. The reflection in her eyes is really powerful. Yeah, it's like... Okay, chat, has anyone here ever seen that episode of Red Dwarf? Where they do a parody of a CSI where they examine the reflection of the culprit in the reflection of the eyes of the reflection on the window on the reflection of the glass door to the storefront. That's very narrowly targeted at me specifically, but it always makes me laugh. Yeah. Good parodies of mystery fiction are actually very rare. My favorite Monty Python bit is still the one with the train table alibi. I approached her. There was a whooshing sound, and a flash of long whip-like hair. She whips her hair back and forth. Pain swept across my chest. I looked down in shock. My sweater had been cut clean through, right down to the skin, and blood began to ooze out. And starring Mari as Shantae. Is this the face of Tanaka's killer? I heard someone shout and then I was yanked backward. As I fell, I looked up and saw a snake-like tendril of hair pass right above me. And someone covered me from behind. It was Mikimoto. If it hadn't been for him, my throat would have been slashed wide open.
Mari なんだろ?
違う。そいつは。
It's her evil twin, Iram. Mikimoto had been about to say something.
Miyuki-san なのか?
Kobayashi was sitting in the doorway. He seemed stunned. Such a sad and terrible cry, put through such a cheap-sounding filter. Was this the ghost of Mari's dead mother? Oh, she's looking at the entire room, but Kayama's disappeared. Kayama's like... Down around here somewhere, I'm pretty sure. Down at the foot of the bed. I know of ghosts more as gauzy, insubstantial things. Not gaudy, insubstantial things. That's a completely different statement. It's a completely different kind of horror, too.
肉体はマリちゃんのものだろう。
It was as if Mikimoto had read my thoughts.
肉体はマリ。
そうだ。彼女の実の母親のみゆきがマリちゃんの肉体を借りているだけだ。
So does possessing people just inherently let you cut people with your hair? Because that would be kinda useless if you got anyone with shorter hair than Mari.
じゃああれはやっぱりマリなんですか?
Just as Mikimoto was about to answer, the ghost's long hair snaked out and wrapped itself around Kobayashi's throat. Alright, nobody here thought to pack a pair of scissors. And Spirit just thinks guilty gear. I was about to make a crack about Amelia Mains, but that would catch some people I actually care about in the crossfire, so I guess I'll hold my tongue. Kobayashi's features contorted with pain as his face began to turn purple. You love being purple!
やめるんだマリ！おじさんを殺す気か!
As I held my breath and stared at her, she suddenly collapsed. She crumpled to the floor, her hair now only down to her shoulders. Kobayashi fell backward, holding his throat and gasping for air. I carefully approached the figure on the floor. Was it Mari? Could it really be her?
毛布を取ってくれ。
Mikimoto glanced over at Kobayashi, saw he was still out of it, and directed his order at me instead. The only reliable person here. Quickly yanked a blanket off the nearest bed and handed it to him. Mikimoto covered the naked Mari and gently lifted her off the floor.
誰かこの人たちの手当てを頼む。
Mikimoto gestured to the Kayamas down by his feet. Midori and Toshi nervously entered from the hallway. And they were just sitting there and watching, folks. And I really appreciated your contributions. But it didn't seem like there was much they could do for Haruko or her husband. Neither were moving. Judging from the amount of blood around them, they were likely both lost causes. As for me, I was far more concerned about Mari than anything or anyone else. With Mikimoto leading the way, we took her back to her room. Once inside, we laid Mari down on the bed. Those are some exquisitely formed blood droplets, I must say. Look like philosopher's stones or drops of strawberry jam. He took a quick look around the room to see if there was another Mari in here. The real Mari. But no such luck.
トール君。
はい。
君は彼女の恋人なんだろう。
I mean, so we've been told. It was a kind of a major element earlier. Mikimoto didn't show the slightest hesitation in asking such a personal question. No rest for boundaries, I'm telling you, it's an integral part of the job description. It's like when I need to save budget, so they have the person talking be the only one that moves around, with the remaining characters freeze and do nothing. How do you keep posting emotes so quickly? Whenever I want to post a message with an emote, it takes me like at least a minute just trying to remember the name or filtering down the line. Honestly, it's unbearable. I couldn't bring myself to deny it.
なら、あとは君に任せよう。
任せるって、一体どうすればいいんです？もしさっきみたいな彼女になっちゃったら。
Alright, first write the letters to the emote in person. And do you have any idea how many channels I am following right now? I remember every single emote I have access to. Honestly.
とりあえず悪霊は去ったと思うんだが、心配ならこれを渡しておこう。
If you're still worried, I'll give you this. If he gives us a nice egg in this trying time, I am leaving. He handed me a pendant of sorts. It looked like it had started out life as a simple cross on a chain, but it was now joined by a charm from some Shinto shrine. A wooden moai-like face that seemed designed to ward off evil, an animal fang, and a dangling blue stone. Are moai particularly known for defending from evil? I thought they were only known for defending from Vic Vipers. Although my question had a note of exasperation to it, Mikimoto's response was all seriousness.
こういうこともあろうかと思ってね。用意しといたんだ。悪霊って言ったって何が効くかわかんないだろう。これだけあればどれかが守ってくれるだろう。
I started to think that Mikimoto might not be the most dependable guy in the world. I mean, should we really trust this guy wearing such an obvious fake beard? Plus, when I took a closer look at the Shindo charm, I saw it had "For Safe Childbirth" inscribed on the back. Well, it sure would be terrible if you were trying to go after a evil spirit that was a mom or something. Wonder how much I could really rely on a guy like him. But for now, I had little choice. I hung the chain around my neck, reminding myself that Mikimoto had been able to keep calm and act under pressure earlier. Once he left, I fearfully approached the bed and looked down at Mari. I could see blood on her face was starting to dry, so I decided to wipe it off. When I entered the bathroom, however, I was once again enveloped in a scent of slaughter. Turns out Mari was the man behind the slaughter the whole time, who knew? Both the tub and shower curtain were streaked with traces of blood. But whose? The answer came to me a second later, and I was stunned. It was Tanaka's blood. I hope that it is not Chris's blood. Mari, naked and under her mother's influence, had killed Tanaka, and returned here and washed away her victim's blood in the shower. Right after, the unsuspecting Mari had even exchanged a few words with me from her doorway. I felt a presence behind me and turned to find Mari standing there. Before I could even scream, a tendril of hair had wrapped itself around my neck. She's going to slice my throat open. I don't know, that looks a bit too thick to be slicing anything. It'd be more like she'd strangle you. Choke me to death. See, now you're getting it, buddy. I knew you could do it. Mondays, am I right? Mikimoto's amulet actually worked? Her face demonically distorted. Mari took a couple steps back and brushed the flames from her hair with her hands. And stop, drop, and roll. Stop, drop, and roll! You've got a blanket, use it to smell it out.
Mari! 正気に帰ってくれ!
Just then, Mikimoto and Kobayashi raced through the door.
大丈夫か?
The air was filled with wrath and eldritch energy. I could feel it, tingling on my skin. Suddenly, a whirlwind formed at Mari's feet and began to swirl around her, gaining momentum as it grew. Oh, they were all standing in the same position as last time, that's convenient. The sheets were ripped from the bed, and the curtains flapped wildly. We were all thrown back against the wall, unable to move. Standing in the center of this mini-cyclone, Mari spread her arms and slowly floated upwards, until her head was almost touching the ceiling. The window panes exploded outward, but even the blizzard couldn't make any headway against the maelstrom in Mari's room. Moidra, he's a Moidra. The cover of the fluorescent ceiling light shattered. Pieces of plastic rained down on us, propelled by the unnatural wind. Kobayashi cried out and clutched at his leg. Several large shards of glass were protruding from his thigh. And what thighs they were, let me tell you. The fabric of his pants was quickly sucked through with dark blood.
あれは手違いだったんだ。私はただ親父に頼まれて手切れ金を持って行っただけなんだ。騒ぎ立てさえしなきゃあんなことになるはずじゃなかったんだ。私のせいじゃない。
Kobayashi was practically foaming at the mouth. Man, on top of everything else, he's also got rabies. This is why you make sure to get your shots, kids. Consolation money? It wasn't my fault. Mikimoto's voice sounded eerily calm amid the raging storm.
私のせいじゃない。
Kobayashi held his hands to his head and started to grovel before her, rubbing his forehead on the floor.
私のせいじゃない。私のせいじゃないんだ。
Trembling, he kept repeating the same words over and over. Kobayashi had murdered Mari's mother. I somehow found this fact more horrifying than the demonic Mari herself or the logic-defying events taking place in front of me. Then, I even realized it was happening. The cyclone swirling around Mari stopped. The blizzard had gone quiet as well. The room was filled with a terrifying silence. I stared at Kobayashi, forgetting to even breathe. Then the voice spoke again. Kobayashi looked up in shock, his face twisted with fear, as Mari floated in the air before him. At that moment, Mari's entire body seemed to burn with a pale flame. My god, she's going Super Saiyan! She is the hope of all living things that cry out for peace. Her hair, wreathed in that same fire, whipped towards Kobayashi's neck as he slumped to the floor. Kobayashi stared at the hair, enthralled, unable to even move.
Toru-kun! Omamori da! Omamori o kanoujo ni mukatte nagete kure!
Mikimoto screamed this at me. I frantically tried to remove the chain from my neck, but it was stuck and wouldn't come off. Give it one final yank and the chain snapped, sending all the charms tumbling to the floor.
Hayaku!
Mari's hair coiled around Kobayashi's neck, and she began to slowly drag him towards her. Kobayashi was hauled to his feet, his features contorted by pain. Before long, he was on his tiptoes. I looked at all the charms scattered on the floor. The cross, the moai face, the animal fang, the childbirth charm, the blue stone. I didn't know which one had worked on Mari before. The cross and the childbirth charm were the closest to me. Alright, Chad, I think the answer here is obvious enough. I picked up the childbirth charm and threw it at Mari. The charm was too light, however. It ran out of momentum well before reaching her and fell harmlessly to the floor. I threw the cross next. But as soon as it came into contact with the pale flame surrounding her, it ignited, the metal turning to black ash. In desperation, I started snatching up the remaining charms at random and throwing them at her. The animal fang, the wooden carving, the blue stone. None of them did any good. Kobayashi was now suspended in midair, his legs flailing about helplessly. Mikimoto cried out. Kobayashi jerked in the air for a moment, and went limp, dangling like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Mikimoto's words were so utterly unexpected that I could only stare at him in astonishment. He stood, and continued shouting at the floating Mari. Oh, what a twist! I kept my eyes fixed on Mikimoto and Mari, even as my hands felt around the floor for something else to throw. Mikimoto? Was her brother? No, that's not true. That's impossible! Pseudo feelings, you know it to be true. Something brushed against my finger, so I picked it up. It was the Shinto childbirth charm. Shit, this wasn't gonna help me. I cursed and dashed it to the floor, then kept searching for any other charms to throw. Mikimoto, meanwhile, kept talking.
僕はたまたまおばの家にいて難を逃れてたんだ。あの頃はまだ小さかったから、何が起きたのかは誰も教えてくれなかった。詳しいことを知ったのは高校を卒業してからだったんだ。
Ah, yes, the convoluted escaping the family massacre backstory. Massacre backstory. Yep, that's what you're talking about, Mitsu. Good job. So glad I finally figured out how to talk after all these months of streaming.
犯人が誰か、村のみんなが知っていて知らないふりをしてたってこともね。警察も同じだ。僕は決意した。この手で仇を討つと。
Kobayashi's body fell to the floor with a thud. He didn't even twitch. Perhaps he was already dead. Mikimoto rushed over to check his pulse. The spooky spirits. Mikimoto shook his head.
殺すつもりはないよ。真実を明らかにしたかっただけだ。法律上は時効も成立しているしね。
Man, remember back when there used to be a statute of limitations? That was such a convenient plot device. It was as if the room, no, the entire building, cried out in anger. The floor creaked. The walls flicked. Yeah, look at him, big muscles. God, he's so buff. So buff. The ceiling shook too. That was also a thing that happened. Yeah, she doesn't have to stop anything. That's just kind of up to her, really. It's not illegal if you're a ghost. That'll not affect. A crack appeared in the ceiling, directly above Mikimoto and Kobayashi's heads, and plaster and wood started raining down on them. I screamed at him, struggling to be heard over the resurgent whirlwind. A charm from when Mari was born. Look, I told you it's not your fault you didn't believe me. Honestly. Could it be? As some ancient alien theorists believe? The same charm upon which Mother had prayed for safe delivery. Back in happier times. Contained within that charm was the power to dispel this vengeful spirit. As I reached out, the wooden floor undulated like a living thing, sending the charm flying to the other side of the room. I made a mad dash towards it. Mari's hair snaked around my neck, nearly lifting me off my feet. And pretending to choke like that is actually really difficult. My respect to voice actors. I tried to work my fingers under the hair, but I kept coiling even more tightly around my throat. I couldn't even gasp in pain. For just a moment, her stranglehold on me loosened. I took advantage of that opening to slip free from my hair noose. Then I leapt at the charm as it skipped across the floor. Just as I managed to grab hold of it, a wave of pale flame blasted towards me from Mari's body. I thrust the charm out in front of me and closed my eyes. I waited for the shock and pain of intense heat washing over me. But it never came. But nobody came. When I nervously opened my eyes again, I saw the childbirth charm was blocking the stream of pale flame. No, not blocking. The flames were fading out and vanishing just before they reached the charm. Gathering my courage, I stood and started walking towards Mari, the charm held high in the air. It was as if the charm was absorbing all otherworldly energy filling the room. The pale flame wreathing Mari's body faded as she slowly sank to the floor. Aren't you a bit old to be Untitled, lady?
姉さんだけの娘じゃない。兄さんの一郎さんと姉さんの娘なんだ。
Mikimoto let out a mournful wail, and broke down, sobbing. Mari's body jumped back up into the air. I staggered my way closer to her.
Mari!
Mari's bloody breasts were directly at eye level. Her face was turned up towards the ceiling, her eyes rolling back in her head. The evil spirit, no, Miyuki's spirit, seemed to have lost its malevolence. I didn't know what else to do, so I just stood there, holding the charm. I called out the one name that meant the most to me in all the world. The very act of saying her name seemed to have snapped any remaining tether to rational thought. I forgot everything else and leapt at Mari, embracing her in midair as tightly as I could. The moment our bodies touched, there was an explosion of blinding light that nearly hurled me backwards. And I locked my hands behind her back and held on for dear life. The charm in my hand grew so hot that I could barely hold it, but I clenched my teeth and endured the pain. You're just vocoding her voice, come on, like, that's just totally normal. Cheap, really. A voice that was not solely Mari's or her mother's cried out.
Mario! Mario, 返してくれ!
I screamed for all I was worth. The next moment, I suddenly toppled backwards as Mari stopped floating and her full weight came down on me. Her whole body had gone limp, like dead weight. The last of the pale flames enveloping Mari flickered out and vanished. Just before they disappeared, the flame seemed to take the shape of a person. But I blinked, and it was gone.
姉さん。
When I glanced at Mikimoto, I saw he was in tears, staring at the same spot of empty air as me.
行ってしまったんでしょうか?
Mikimoto nodded with certainty. Well, I mean, she's gonna be stuck in the space between worlds for a few bits, probably gonna have to saw off some Ichido's heads. But, I mean, you know. She's not our problem anymore, and in the end, isn't that what really matters?
言ったよ。僕にはわかる。もう戻っては来ない。
Gone, reduced to atoms. The convulsion of the building and the strange winds subsided, as if they had been nothing more than illusions. Outside the window, it was so quiet you could almost hear the gentle sound of snow falling to the ground.
小林さんはその。
大丈夫だ。意識を失ってるだけだ。
Mikimoto picked up Mari's body, carried her to the bed, and covered her with a blanket once more. I struggled to my feet and stared at her face.
一体どうしてこんなことに。あなたはそもそもなぜ。
I mean, didn't he explain he wanted to meet Kobayashi?
僕はずっと小林一族の誰かが犯人である証拠を探し続けていた。ある時、冬になるとこのペンションには幽霊が出るという噂を聞きつけた。
Thank you again for the hydrate, Dame.
半信半疑ではあったが、それが単なる噂に過ぎなかったとしても、うまくつつけば恐怖と罪の意識から自白を引き出すことはできるんじゃないかと思ったんだ。
Yes, the old scare the murderer into confessing with a fake seance trick. Specifically refused by SS Van Dien because he thought it was too easy, which, to be fair, is one of his few good answers.
しかし、マリちゃんのいるところであの話をしたのはやはりまずかったようだ。おそらくショックを受けたマリちゃんと姉さんの残留思念がシンクロしてしまったんだ。もしかしたらマリちゃん自身もおじさんや祖父を激しく憎悪したのかもしれない。
Maybe. No matter how conclusively you solve a case, seems you always walk away with a lot of maybes.
いずれにしろ、
Life is
それまでは
cruel.
単なる人騒がせな幽霊に過ぎなかったものが恐ろしい悪魔と化してしまった。
What's this? You're a mildly annoying spirit evolved into vengeful spirit. Da 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 do.
マリは覚えてるんでしょうか。さっきまでのことを。
If she did, it would be more than she could bear. It sure is too bad about the Kayamas. They're still super dead. She'd brutally murdered at least 2 people, and almost killed her uncle. She'd witnessed it all as a captive inside her own body. And Mikimoto shook his head.
わからない。もし見ていたんだとしたら、想像もできないショックを受けていることだろう。とても立ち直ることは無理かもしれない。彼女一人では。
He turned to me.
助けてやれるのは君しかいない。彼女を頼む。
I just want to let you know, good luck. We're all counting on you. I nodded. I wasn't as confident as he would have liked me to be. But as I looked down at Mari, her face now so frail and gaunt, I told myself this one thing. I'll just have to do the best I can. And roll credits now. As I went to hold Mari's hand, I realized I was still clutching the childbirth charm. I was gripping it so tightly, in fact, that I had to pry my fingers open. I placed the charm in her palm, folded both my hands around hers, and closed my eyes. When Mari finally awoke, I would tell her this. Your mother still loves you. Man, what's that like? And roll credits. There we go. This is probably a really mean thing to say, but I do appreciate how every ending except the true one ends with someone inside the lodge dying. So that this "is there something you now regret" message does make sense. I mean, there's no reason Kayama had to die for that ending, but you know. So anyway, let's get this completionistic stuff out of the way. Clearly, this Japanese ghost will be vulnerable to a cross. I picked up the cross and threw it at Mari. But as soon as it came into contact with the pale flame surrounding her, it ignited, the metal turning to black ash. All I've heard. Useless. So it wasn't the cross that had worked earlier? Alright, her power grown even stronger than before. Alright, that was the only branch there. Let's go back a step. What's inside will lay Mari down on her bed. And you two love? But I mean, come on, we've only known each other a few months, let's be realistic here.
でも彼女のことが好きなんだろ?
Mikimoto kept at me.
別にあんなのタイプじゃないですよ。
Keep stalling! I was too embarrassed to admit it, so I lied.
そうか。僕の勘違いだったようだな。なら仕方がない。他人を巻き込むわけにはいかないからな。彼女の面倒は僕が見るしかないようだ。
Outsiders. Johnny? Soda Pop? Cherry? What was that supposed to mean? After all, wasn't he an outsider himself?
さあ、君は部屋を出てくれ。
Which outsider was he anyway? I never really liked when these types of games have true endings where no one dies. Feels like there was no risk involved because nothing was lost anyway. I mean, Tanaka's dead, but you know, who gives a shit about Tanaka? Plus, we got our arm broken. Like 3 times. Doesn't that count for anything? Seriously.
一体何を?
Mikimoto grinned and took out some sort of pendant. This might as well not have happened. You can fake this in another timeline. Did you not? Did you not see him? Are you just going to retroactively unfeel what you felt when we did all the previous routes? What's the point of even having branching pathways then?
こういうこともあろうかと思ってね。用意しといたんだ。
Started to think that Mikimoto might not be the most dependable guy in the world.
君は危ないから出ていたまえ。
Oh yeah, get out of here, stalker. Okay. I obediently left the room. The instant the door closed behind me, I was overtaken by a fierce urge to be there with Mari. But I was afraid to go back and tell Mikimoto that I really liked Mari after all. Anyway, it looked like Mikimoto had a plan, so I guessed I'd just let him take care of things. I decided to head back to the Kayama's room and take a peek inside. Toshio and Miri had moved the blood-drenched couple to their beds and were now tending to their wounds. It looked like a field hospital in there. It looked like a civil war and a doctor was coming to saw her leg off. Neither of the part-timers turned as I walked in.
助かるんですか?
Toshio gave me a grim look and shook his head.
医者がいればな。
Look, I'm not that kind of doctor, don't start yelling at me. So did that mean without a doctor, there was no chance of survival? There was no chance to survive. Make your time. I looked around the room for Kobayashi and found him huddled in a corner, head in hands, not doing a thing to help.
小林さん、一体何が起きてるんです？
I lashed out at him in annoyance. He looked up at me with hollow eyes.
さっきあなたはマリに向かってみゆきさんって呼びかけましたよね。三木本さんが言っていたことは本当だったんですか？マリの本当の母親が死んだってのは。
知らん。私は何も知らん。
He doesn't know a hook from a handsaw. You're useless to me. Kobayashi shuddered as he kept shaking his head back and forth. I was about to question him further. But just then I heard someone shout, and the whole building began to shake violently. So intense were the tremors that I couldn't keep myself from tumbling to the floor. The building's convulsions were strange, as if the whole lodge was screaming and writhing with agony. The floor creaked, walls cracked. Pieces of plaster and wood started raining down from the ceiling. This was no earthquake. This was advanced earthquake. Mari. Was this related to Mari somehow? I bolted through the door and out into the hallway. Swaying back and forth like a passenger on a moving bus, I ran down the undulating hallway towards Mari's room. We had an earthquake. I mean, technically none of those earthquakes were earthquakes, so what you should be saying is if I had a nickel for every time someone compared something that's not an earthquake to an earthquake. Which is even weirder to happen twice. The second I got there, however, the door flew open and Mikimoto came leaping out. Right here in River City? I noticed there was blood streaming from Mikimoto's forehead. Oh man, we're all gonna die? Oh, but I love dying. He was in a blind panic. I had a hard time making sense of what he was saying. The tremors suddenly subsided. Nervously, I peered through the open door into Mori's room. Her window had been smashed open, and the curtains now flapped wildly in the wind and snow. Mikimoto saw the expression on my face and nodded. He fingered the chain around his neck. Don't say fingered. He's not even wearing any clothes. What the hell? Would Mari be possessed by this evil spirit forever? Somebody said League of Legends their comfort game. Well, it's not anybody I care now. maybe Mikimoto can stop and make a sound because of these charms. These charms are OP. I mean, this is what you get for underestimating the power of the Moai. I find comfort in having PTSD. Is it really comfort if you're just in a trauma-induced numbness? That's not comforting. I mean, you'll hurt less, but... Also, hello, Nia. You're here now. Motherfucker! God! Frick! There must be something. Anything I could do to help, but what? This is taking significantly longer than I was anticipating. I hurried to gather the remaining people as quickly as I could. I kept shouting as I banged on everyone's doors, hoping they were all still safely in their rooms. As people timidly emerged, Mikimoto instructed them to gather down in the lounge. They seemed unsure at first, but Mikimoto's confident tone inspired them to do as he said. As for the Kayamas, we decided it was dangerous to move them, so we left the couple as they were. No one wanted to say it aloud, but without a doctor, there was little hope for their survival. It didn't matter whether or not they were attacked again. Only in the game. I mean, come on, have you seen the way Nia acts here? Obviously only in the game. In the end, there were 9 of us in the lounge. Mr. and Mrs. Kobayashi, Toshio, Miri, 3 girls, myself, and Mikimoto. As we all huddled close together, one of the 3 girls, Keiko, nervously broke the silence. Mikimoto and I looked at each other, and we both said, okay, and we played the first thing that came into our heads, and it just so happened to be the best song in the world. It was the best song in the world. Mikimoto seemed to be having the same thoughts. Oh no, she's unleashed the monster! This is Mari's new form. Man, Mikimoto, you sure tell a lot. See, this is exactly what I was talking about. Honestly.
そしてその何者かは今もこの建物の近くで我々を襲う機会を狙っているに違いない。
At this, I heard several people gulp nervously. Mitsu, you cute. You're an orb. I don't have to listen to you or your opinion. Girls brought their hands to their mouths in horror. They looked like they were about to cry. Toshio glared at Kobayashi.
オーナーは何か知ってるんでしょ。あれをやったのはマリちゃんじゃないんですか。
Fine, I'm a blob. You're a circle and you'll like it. You lump.
あれはマリの母親の悪霊なんだ。マリは何も悪くない。
Mari's literally neurotypical and a minor. She can't be held responsible for her actions.
悪霊?
I tried being nice to you, Mitsu. Is that what you call it? You hit me with a baseball bat several times and sent a dinosaur to eat my face. Toshio looked at me like I'd lost my mind.
悪霊とはね。そんなものいるわけないだろ。
Ah, There's no such thing as mysterious. As he said this, Toshio seemed to leap to his feet, but his momentum kept carrying him higher into the air. As he looked up in shock, we saw Mari floating near the ceiling, her long hair wrapped around Toshio's neck like a noose. He flailed his legs madly, trying to shake himself free of the hair around him. Screams and cries filled the air.
やめるんだマリー
But my voice was drowned out by a terrible cry, one filled with grief and rage. Kobayashi gave a pathetic shriek and ran for the front door. Into a kind of, boneless pizza. Alright, Neil, what did you do this time? I accidentally put acrylic paint on one of your lab kits. Well, lucky for you, I never change clothes ever because I haven't actually been allowed to leave long enough to change in several months. The hair around Toshio's neck suddenly loosened, and he fell to the floor with a thud. Kobayashi, still in his socks, scrambled to the foyer, grabbed at the door. Me to go take a shot, stinky scientist. We've got, hygienic rinse for chemical spills. It's fine. Looks like he was trying to escape. I thought Dr. Roy still had hundreds of copies of the same lab coat. No, I do. Just never get off long enough to actually change into one. Mari's eyes glowed as she faced Kobayashi. The innkeeper tried his best to flee, but for some reason his legs wouldn't move. May I borrow one of your shirts? Aren't you just a little blob? You don't even have any arms. Why would you need anything with armholes? Tie the ends and just swing around my head like a blackjack. He turned with a look of horror as a long, snake-like tendril of hair flew towards his neck. I can be a human. Why would you want something like that? Honestly. Behind me, I heard people running for the shelter of the dining room, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from what was happening. Mari's dark hair caught like a whip, then lashed out at Kobayashi. His clothes were sliced diagonally from shoulder to waist, exposing the skin beneath. Blood sprayed up to the air. The hair slashed at his face. Kobayashi raised his arms to protect himself, and screamed in agony as the flesh was flayed from them. Slash. Slash. When a problem comes along, you must whip it. She tortured Kobayashi cruelly, tearing into his body time and time again, and with each new blow, blood went splattering everywhere. On my legs, my face. I was frozen in horror unable to do anything but stare at this grisly spectacle.
なぜ殺した？
あれは手違いだったんだ。私はただ親父に頼まれて手切れ金を持って行っただけなんだ。騒ぎ立てさえしなきゃあんなことになるはずじゃなかったんだ。私のせいじゃない。
I'm confused. Why do I have a skeleton in me? Because you made sure to drink your milk every day and your bones got so strong that they spontaneously manifested. Kobayashi was practically foaming at the mouth. Consolation money? Wasn't my fault? Stop repeating everything you say? It couldn't be.
あんたが殺したのか？
Mikimoto's voice sounded eerily calm. Kobayashi held his bloodied hands to his head and started to grovel before her, rubbing his forehead on the dirt floor of the foyer. You have a dirt floor in your foyer? Good lord. Is this place supposed to be a vacation home? Clean up after yourself. Good god. Shameful. Kobayashi had murdered Mari's mother. I somehow found this fact more horrifying than the demonic Mari herself or the law-defying events taking place around me. The blizzard outside had gone quiet. The room was filled with a terrifying silence. I stared at Kobayashi, forgetting to even breathe. Then the voice spoke again.
許さない。
Kobayashi looked up in shock, his face twisted by fear, as Mari floated in the air before him.
絶対に許さない。
At that moment, Mari's entire body seemed to burn with pale flame. Her hair, wreathed in that same fire, whipped towards Kobayashi's neck as he slumped on the floor. Kobayashi stared at the hair, unable to even move, enthralled. Just then, Mikimoto tore the protective charms from his neck and threw them at Mari. The moment they came into contact with her, there was a dazzling flash of light. 3 numbers raised above her body, and the message "critical hit" appeared in the text box. It was strange. A howl of anguish. One which seemed to emanate from the very depths of the earth itself, poured forth from Mari's mouth. It seemed those cheap charms of his had actually done something after all. However, as the amulet tumbled to the floor, Mari shifted the focus of her seething rage from Kobayashi to Mikimoto. An instant later, the black hair whipped out at him and coiled around his neck like a giant snake. Man, his mustache looks so much less fake in this image, good lord. Without his amulet, Mikimoto was left defenseless. Her hair bound him hand and foot, almost as if he'd been crucified.
邪魔はさせない。
姉さん。
Sister? Sister from
僕だよ。陽介だ。姉さん、みゆき姉さんなんだろ。
The anger I sensed earlier was now replaced by confusion. What a convenient plot development. I looked back and forth between Mikimoto and the charms on the floor. The necklace continued to glow faintly. Mikimoto, meanwhile, kept talking.
たまたまおばの家にいて難を逃れた僕は、あの頃はまだ小さかったから、姉さんや父さん、母さんたちに何が起きたのか教えてもらえなかった。詳しいことを知ったのは高校を卒業してからだ。犯人が誰か村のみんなが知っていて知らないふりをしてたってこともね。警察も同じだ。僕は決意した。この手で仇を撃つと。
I think he's trying to confuse the spirits who will be at peace. Can you really be at peace if you're more confused than anything else? It's been a while since the last time I exercised a spirit, but I don't think that's how it works. The spirals of black hair that had coiled around Mikimoto now unwound themselves and receded. Mikimoto shook his head.
殺すつもりはないよ。真実を明らかにしたかっただけだ。法律上は時効も成立しているしね。
そんなことは許さない。
It was as if the room, no, the entire building, cried out in anger. The floor creaked. The walls flexed. Showed off how buff they were. That is a solidly constructed foundation right there. And you too can get incredible buildings like this for only 5 easy payments of $9.95 with the total gem. Say spirit? Mikimoto would never hurt a human being. Yeah, he doesn't eat beans. He's a meatitarian. Cracks ran through the ceiling, and pieces of wood started raining down on us. A moment later, all the windows shattered, and the blizzard came howling into the room. Mara's hair suddenly seemed to multiply, and tendrils went shooting out in all directions. Kyoko, Toshio, and Yori were all quickly ensnared. I made a mad dash for the amulet on the floor, but Mara's hair snaked around my neck. I tried to work my fingers under it, but the hair kept coiling more tightly around my throat. I couldn't even gasp in pain. For just a moment, her stranglehold on me loosened. I took advantage of that opening, slipped free from my hair noose, and leapt at the amulet as it skittered across the floor. Just as I managed to grab hold of it, a wave of pale flame blasted towards me from Mari's body. Where do you think she shoots her beam attacks out of? Her eyes? Her navel? Her chest? Her fingers? Maybe her toes? Sound possible. Do you think she has to shout, Mari Beam, every time she fires it? I thrust the charms out in front of me and closed my eyes. Do you think it has a super form that she only uses as a finishing move at the end of every episode? I waited for the shock and pain of intense heat washing over me, but it never came. When I nervously opened my eyes again, so the childbirth charm was blocking the stream of pale flame. No, not blocking. The flames were fading out and vanishing just before they reached the charm. Gathering my courage, I stood and started walking towards Mari, the charm held high in my hand. It was as if the charm was absorbing all the otherworldly energy filling the room. The pale flame wreathing Mari's body faded as she slowly sank to the floor.
私の娘。
姉さんだけの娘じゃない。兄さんの一郎さんと姉さんの娘なんだ。
Mikimoto let out a mournful wail, then broke down sobbing. Mari's body jumped back up into the air.
一郎さん。
I staggered my way closer to her.
マリマリ
Mari's bloody breasts were directly at eye level. That could be where she shot the beam out of, we don't know. Her face was turned up to the ceiling, her eyes rolling back in her head. The evil spirit, no, Miyuki's spirit, seemed to have lost its malevolence. I didn't know what else to do, so I just stood there, holding the charm. I called out the one name that meant the most to me in all the world. The very act of saying her name seemed to have snapped any remaining tether to rational thought. I forgot everything else, and leapt at Mari, embracing her in midair as tightly as I could. The moment our bodies touched, there was an explosion of blinding light that nearly hurled me backwards. But I locked my hands behind her back and held on for dear life. The charm in my hand grew so hot that I could barely hold it, but I clenched my teeth and endured the pain. And auto-tuned songs just get weirder and weirder. A voice that was not solely Mari's or her mother's cried out.
マリオマリオ返してくれ
I screamed for all I was worth. All $10 of it. The next moment I suddenly toppled backwards as Mari stopped floating and her full weight came down on me. Her whole body had gone limp, like dead weight. The last of the pale flames, enveloping Mari, flared out and vanished. Just before they disappeared, a flame seemed to take the shape of a person, but I blinked, and it was gone.
姉さん。
When I glanced at Mikimoto, I saw he was in tears, staring at the same spot of empty air as me.
もう行ってしまったんでしょうか
The ghost dead? Well, no, I mean, look, you all know what I mean. Mikimoto nodded with certainty.
言ったよ。僕にはわかる。もう戻っては来ない。
She vanished. Maybe Spur is haunted, oh no! Wait. Everything was quiet again, as if the past few minutes had been nothing more than an illusion. Outside of the window, it was so quiet you could almost hear the gentle sound of snow falling to the ground. Meow, chunk. Mikimoto picked up Maori's body, carried her to the sofa, and covered her with his jacket. I struggled to my feet and stared at her face.
一体どうしてこんなことに。あなたはそもそもなぜ。
僕はずっと小林一族の誰かが犯人である証拠を探し続けていた。ある時、冬になるとこのペンションには幽霊が出るという噂を聞きつけた。
And here comes the big tragic culprit breakdown. It's weird saying that since Mikimoto doesn't really have a culprit, but really isn't this all his fault? Because he switched on the ghost, as it were. Switched on, yeah, you know. The ghost ran on AA batteries. It's very energy inefficient.
うまくつつけば恐怖と罪の意識から自白を引き出すことはできるんじゃないかと思ったんだ。
I mean, you could get 4 hours of playtime on a Sega Master System, or you could get an entire Vengeful Spirit. I mean, what sounds like the better deal to you? I mean, really.
おそらくショックを受けたマリちゃんと姉さんの残留思念がシンクロしてしまったんだ。もしかしたらマリちゃん自身もおじさんや祖父を激しく憎悪したのかもしれない。
シンクロニシティ。
いずれにしろ、それまでは単なる人騒がせな幽霊に過ぎなかったものが恐ろしい悪魔と化してしまった。
We jailbroke our annoying spirit into a vengeful spirit, and now you can too.
マリは覚えてるんでしょうか。さっきまでのことを。
If she did, it would be more than she could bear. She brutally murdered at least 2 people. At least 2 people. God only knows what she got up to while she was outside during that minute there. And almost killed her uncle. If she'd witnessed it all as a cap inside her own body. Mikimoto shook his head.
わからない。もし見ていたんだとしたら、想像もできないショックを受けていることだろう。とても立ち直ることは無理かもしれない。
Listen, of this story, if you have to reveal that you killed someone's parent or relative, at least do it far away from they died, yes. Especially if they live in a very memorable house. Because you know there's going to be all sorts of secret tricks in there. He turned to me.
助けてやれるのは君しかいない。
I nodded, yet I wasn't as confident as I would have liked to be. But, as I looked down at Mari, her face now so frail and gaunt, I told myself this one thing. I'll just have to do the best I can. As I went to hold Mari's hand, I realized I was still clutching the childbirth charm. I was gripping it so tightly, in fact, that I had to pry my own fingers open. I placed the charm in her palm, folded both my hands around hers, then closed my eyes. Didn't know what I could do. But for now, I'll just stay here by her side, till the day she smiled again. I'll do it in a public area with plenty of witnesses, because if they turn into a demon lord, everyone will see it. I'm curious, Chad, are you the sorts of people who, like, get really a fangirlish and, you know, simp for demon lords if they're hot enough? Or are you a normal person? Are you healthy and well-adjusted and have good ideas about relationships? What happens if we go outside? Will we die? I decided to go outside and find Mari. I hurried into the room, stuck my head through the open window, and looked around.
Mari!
I shouted her name into the night, but the only response was the blizzard's ceaseless howl. I left the room and started running. Mikimoto tried to stop me.
Toru-kun! 何をするつもりだ!
I remember ever liking a demon lord. I mean, not even if he had long white hair and wore his shirt open all the time.
探しに行きます。マリを助けなきゃ。
好きでもないのに?
さっきはつい嘘をついただけです。
Yeah, I was lying. I do that sometimes. Get used to it. I felt my face turn red. But Mikimoto, seeming not to notice, kept talking.
闇雲に外へ飛び出したって君に一体何ができる? 彼女はいずれ必ず戻ってくる。その時を待つんだ。
Tell me a lie. I ate waffles for breakfast this morning. There, that's a lie. What he was saying made sense. Looking for some way to fight my feelings of helplessness, I decided to help Mikimoto assemble everyone into the lounge. As for the Kayamas, we decided it was too dangerous to move them, so we left the couple as they were. Of course, Daisy only had milk for breakfast. After you can't pay someone for lies by telling other lies. It's not how it works. Alright, there's that down, there's both of those down. I didn't pay this one for free. I don't recall agreeing to that.
どうしたん
Get
だ?
myself to leave.
恋人でもないし、タイプでもない他人のために危険を冒すことはないよ。さあ、一人にしてくれ。
僕が守ります。
なんだって?
Nani?
僕が守ると言ったんです。マリは僕が必ず守ります。
I thought he would laugh at me. But instead, Mikimoto looked at my face for a long while, and smiled with relief.
僕の目に間違いはなかった。君は必ずそう言ってくれると思ってたよ。さあ、これを。
He handed me a chain of hodgepodge charms. I felt obligated to accept it.
僕には他にもやることがある。しばらく彼女の様子を見ていてくれないか。
はい。
Mikimoto left. I took a closer look at the necklace and saw the Shinto charm had "For Safe Childbirth" inscribed on it. Wondered how much hung the chain. Reminded myself that Mikimoto had kind of had his shit together earlier. With the protective charms around my neck, I approached the bed and looked down at the seemingly dead Mari. See, the blood on her face was starting to dry, so I decided to wipe it off, and that's the dividing line. Alright, do we have anything else to look at? Get this one out of the way, right out of the way. Yes, we do like her. I answered honestly. There we have it. Alright, up here. Fight in Kayama's room. Alright, let's not break in this time. Let's just gingerly place our ear to the door and see what's what. I fearfully approached the door and listened to the sounds coming from inside. Okay, that explains it. I heard Kayama shouting. What was happening in there? I didn't want to open the door, but I felt like I had little choice. Against my better judgment, I reached for the knob. Door opened easily.
この人たちの手当てを頼む。
Mikimoto gestured to the Kayamas down his feet. Midori and Toshio nervously entered from the hallway. Hadako had already lost a lot of blood. Didn't seem like there was much they could do for her. She was almost certainly a lost cause. But all I cared about at that moment was Mari. Mikimoto leading the way, we took her back to her room. Did Kayama just vanish from existence? Did she reduce him to atoms? Did she reduce him to salsa? Is she spreading him on her chips? What's happening here? And inside we laid Mari down on her bed. Okay, now we're here again. Guess that was the only dividing line. I'm not sure why that changed. How many names do we have by now? 17. 67% of all in-game text read. That's gonna go up a bit because I do plan on... Let's see. A winter ghost. Let's get these out of the way all at once. No, hold on. This might actually be a divide. Hold on. That was the ghost of a man who'd gotten himself lost in these snowy mountains. But Mari seemed to have a more rational outlook on the situation. Ghosts? There's no such things as ghosts. Ghosts don exits. I played dumb. How much playing was involved, really? But the man didn't miss the quick glance that passed between me and Mari.
本当は何かあったんだろう。
いえ、別に大したことは何も。
Just keep bluffing, he doesn't have anything on you. I denied it yet again. What did this guy want me to say? Kobayashi perhaps overhearing our conversation, rushed over. I'm not listening to you, la 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 la. I covered my ears with my hands. Mari started speaking. Kobayashi interrupted her angrily. I couldn't hear a word. Not able to take it anymore, I took my hands off my ears. Mari and I both gasped at what Mikimoto had to say next. Jokes. When I turned around, I saw not only the three girls, but Kobayashi, Mikimoto, and Kayama, all staring at me. Guess I gotta.
いや、大したことじゃないんだ。
ねえ、何かあった？
そうだった。驚かないで聞いてくれよ。田中って人が殺されたみたいなんだ。それもひどい殺され方で。
Alright, now don't panic, but there is a crazy axe murderer running around the house. Alright, I think that is everything. A-B. Yep, all the remaining branches are quite a ways away, so I think that's where we're going to be leaving off. And it was a nice, clean dividing line. We got an entire branch of the case down. I mean, there's literally only 2 endings, and they're not really different in any way, but hey. You know, sometimes you just gotta accept things like that. At least we all managed to get out fine. What if we reach the end of the game, only 1 ending left, is Dr. Moe stuck forever, we're searching for that ending? Nah, I'm not above looking up walkthroughs for this one. It's been nice watching streams again. Thank you. And here we're going to be just raiding Yuki Tsushima Fox. She's playing some Minecraft. Remember, if you stick around until the end of the raid, you get 300 channel points. And also, more importantly, it's good to support your friends. So, goodbye everybody. I will see all of you next time. Next time will in fact be tomorrow when we'll finally get back to Artanelico. How many Nyo must die before we are able to escape this purgatory? It's 7. The answer is exactly 7, I counted. Hope to see you then. Bye, Ebudinyan. Oh no. Oh no indeed. Goodbye. Goodbye. Get out of here, will ya, criminal?